Hey dudes, all right, give me a second to get the YouTube stream up and running, and then we will start the space and rocket review. Okay, be back in a moment. One more song, here we go. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. It's September 11th, 2025, and this is the Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. How's everybody doing? We got a kind of a short list of stuff to talk about today. A couple of topics of discussion, a couple of things to mention as point here. Yeah, hey, fellas, if you could do me a huge favor, if we could refrain about talking about current events, this
Discovery,
space
go and
news,
throttle up.
and just talk about some space flight and rockets and stuff, you'd be doing me a huge favor. I appreciate it. I'm not not doing the best over the last couple of days, but we're here. We'll talk about some space and we'll go from there. But yet, please, you could just do me a huge favor. Like, I'm not like asympathetic or anything like that either. I'm not sure I can handle that conversation, man. I'm not really sure I can handle it. So, yeah, please do me a solid. Let's talk about some planes and rockets and stuff, okay? Not trying to disparage nobody. I don't think I can talk about it without balling up. And believe me, you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. Anyway, so the second B-21 Raider flew today. We have serial number 2 for the B-21 Raider program in the air. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll pop that in here. Check this out. This is coming from JMH Creates. Look at this. Here, let me go over here. I want to be over here. EJ, do you know what's located here in Hawthorne? Rockets. So this footage is coming from JMH Creates here. Is it white underneath, or is it just the lighting? I think it's white. Is that supposed to be a bomber? So the B-21 is it's not a clean sheet design. Obviously it shares some lineage with the B-2 Spirit, but the B-21 Raider is like a modern low-cost version of a B-2. The B-2s are amazing, and we've seen what they're capable of earlier this year in current events that I don't want to talk about. But B-2s carry a real heavy price tag, man. They're $2 billion a pop. We only built 21 of them. So it is cool to see this thing flying around. That is a triumph of aerospace engineering right there. It blends in with the sky that way, dude. It's that JMH Creates footage, dude. Look at this thing. That don't look real, man. That thing had its gear up, I'd be like, what the hell? What is that? Look at that thing. the hell does that? How does that fly? It's a it's it's a Minecraft cloud. uh, there are gear up pictures. Yeah, okay. Freaking Minecraft cloud, dude. It looks like a cloud in Minecraft. What the hell? Yeah, that's super strange, Electron. Look at that plane. What the hell is that, dude? Why is it? Yeah. Why is the sky missing pixels? Why is the sky de-resing, dude? Like, wait, what's the Minecraft cloud? If I recall correctly, B21002 call sign is Chimera. The first B21 serial number 1 was called Cerberus. Oh, nice. It's fake. I can tell by the pixels. Dude, look at that freaking thing. What's flying next to it? Is that an F-16? What the heck? You've got to be kidding me. Man. It also has 2 modified F-35 engines in it. Cool. It gets odd when you realize that there's no guarantee that aircraft had a person on board. Imagine aircraft doing their cert flights and flying themselves to their delivery bases from the factory all on their own. Are there payload doors? It looks like there's something under there, dude. Something's also open up on the top. I'm not sure what that is. Are those supposed to be like that? Or those? I don't think those are stabilizers or anything, dude. I'm sure it's something, but. Oh. Oh, there absolutely is a lot going on under here. Electron, look at this. Thank you, Hellfish, for the picture. Look at that, dude. Oh, it's got a lot of fun going on over here. I'm counting, what do we think? 3 payload bays. 1, 2, 3, and then there's 2 kind of smaller ones right there. What the heck? Probably extra intrakes. Engines need a lot less airflow at cruise. Yeah, flat bottom bird, right? Jeez. Maybe a dumb question, but where are the different rudders on this plane? There's no rudder or vertical stabilizer on the B-21, Victoria. There's no rudder or stabilizer on the B-2. So these planes have split ailerons, the B-2 and the B-21, as far as I can tell. They have split ailerons. So the ailerons are out at the edge of the wings, right? And if you want to roll, one goes up, one goes down. Like, right? That's what happens. But if you looked at these ailerons, like one goes up, one goes down, if you look at them from the side, they split. They can do this. So if you have your ailerons here and you do that, you can roll. You do this, you can roll. If you do this, you can yaw. Right? If you do that, you can yaw the other way. Right? If you deploy both of them, you got a speed brake. It's a split aileron, like kind of like the space shuttle's rudder has the speed brake that can open. So it uses differential air braking for yaw control. That's how the thing flies with no vertical stabilizer. It can basically just keep flying in the same direction. And if the ailerons are just kind of split like this, it'll keep it nice and stable. You close one, it'll go the other direction. You close this, open that one, it'll go the other direction. It's really cool, actually. It's using differential drag. Yeah, rudderons. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Why don't commercial jets look like this? I mean, if we're going to talk about a commercial jet that I think, here, Oh. No, not the X32. X48. If we're the X48 is what I want. I think if we're going to talk airliners, I think it would be cool if get off of the screen. I think it would be cool if we saw something like the X48C fly. I think there's a lot there's a lot that we could learn from this style, which is kind of like the B2. The B2 is a flying wing. This here is a blended wing. Blended wing means that you have a blended shape between the fuselage and the wings. I know, engineers are good at coming up with names. The Boeing X-48 prototype never got past the subscale demonstrator. They made a big RC plane. But something like this is superbly fuel efficient, like real fuel efficient. A blended wing design like this, really cool. They're quite fuel efficient. Now, this isn't the first blended wing to ever fly. That's the B1, or the Bone for short. That's a blended wing, and it is one of the prettiest airplanes ever made. That's a blended wing. It's a blended or blended variable geometry wing. Yeah, it can sweep or it can go out. Ooh. But if you look like at where the engine pods are and the swing mechanism, that's all blended up in there. Things on top are ears to hear the enemy clearly. Oh, yeah. So biped, yeah, I mean, I think that'd be cool if we had passenger planes that looked like this, but I mean, there are better ways to do it. The X-48 is a good idea, but also the Bone. The Bone. Oh. Dude, look at that thing. What a cool looking airplane. Man. This would also be so cool blended wing, but a big issue among others is existing airport infrastructure would need to drastically change. Heck, the size of an A388 alone, or A380 was an issue for most airports. Yep. Blended wings are coming to commercial. I hope so. Blended wings could reduce drag. You could increase fuel efficiency like tenfold, man. We've talked about this before. Oh. 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 Air team images, baby. Woof. What a plane. Look at that monster. It's got little whiskers. Look, it's got little whiskers on it. See the little whisker do's and whisker don'ts? Anyway, that's super cool that the B-21 serial number 2 is flying. The Chinese Flight Evaluation Squadron in the Gobi Desert replied with this patch of the J-36. Look what's on the bottom. Yeah, Alex, I know. That's interesting statement to make. Bing chilling, Dai Shi. Bing chilling. That's a great picture, Dink. I like it a lot. I mean, the dragon looks kind of cool. They probably lifted that from one of our patches, dude. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Well, that's cool, man. Cool that that thing's flying. Neat. I just want to see this one more time. Hold on. This is from JMH Creates. Cool. It was a reply to the USB 21 patch. I like our patch better. Hey, Ben, what's going on? Congratulations on the new 300 subscribers since Monday. Wow. China doesn't have any innovative designs to mock. Savage. Have you seen that Max Verstappen is going to be racing around the Nürburgring in a couple days? No, that's cool, though. That's neat. Still talking smack with a bit more to back it up. Yeah. Have they ever won a war? Anyway, so check this out. This is coming from NASA, and we did watch yesterday we watched the press conference, but after a year of scientific scrutiny, a rock sample collected by the Perseverance rover has confirmed to contain a potential biosignature. The sample is the best candidate so far to provide ancient evidence of microbial life on Mars. So Perseverance found these rocks in the Jezero crater on Mars. It found these rocks, and if you look, there's spots all over them. See all the spots? There's a spot there. There's all kinds of. These are called leopard spots, right? And what leopard spots are is basically they are a chemical reaction that could have been the result of microorganisms on Mars basically dying off. They're deposits in these spots here. And like I said, they are, NASA can't prove it for sure, but like obviously, I mean personally, I've been saying for a little while we should probably send somebody out there and maybe like go like look at it or something. That all those spots are basically the result of microbial life dying on those rocks. So yeah, the NASA, although they didn't rule out that these spots could have been there from non-biological processes, it's the deposits in the spots and the chemical reaction in the spots, the chemical reaction that made the spots that made them think it could be a biosignature, meaning something living made that, right? That's actually a big deal. That's a huge deal. It's a huge deal because this is the best evidence we have that something was living on Mars, at least at some point. I don't think anything is still alive on Mars, but something was living there. If I had to guess, probably about 3.5 billion years ago. If I had to guess. That's just on Perseverance looking down at the rocks, Chimp. Yeah, I know, Baron. It's terrible. It's a terrible design. But don't tell them that. Be scared of it. Oh, no, it's so bad. Oh, we're doomed. The only way that we know that those minerals can be made is either high pressure, temperature, acidity, or life. The minerals around them couldn't form in high pressure, temperature, acidity, but we don't know what we don't know. There could have been other ways to make it that we don't know about. Yep, they look like alien poop. Okay, and the only way I think it could be non-biological is if the rocks were heated and acidic. Yeah, that seems to be the case, Marcon. You said that before Aqualex did, so sorry I missed that message. I'm reading it now, but they couldn't find any evidence for heating and high acidity. Basically, if MSR brings it back, Mars Sample Return brings it back, they could confirm it. There you go. You should send me to Mars to check. Uh, I don't want to do that. I mean, I kind of do, but is there accommodation? Falcon 9 launch in 1 hour, maybe, probably not. Life on other planets isn't exactly supernatural. Yep. Yeah, this is the best evidence and the best case that life was on Mars at some point. That it was a real place with living, breathing atmosphere and at least microbial life. I mean, if this was all going down 3.5 billion years ago, I'm pretty sure if there was living, breathing creatures on Mars, I'm fairly confident that any evidence of that would have been long gone, except for microbial leftovers, right? Just got here. Can you explain what evidence this is? There were deposits, leopard spots in rocks. That usually means leftover biosignatures. The reactions that are inside of the spotted parts of that picture, Lunprod, means that something, long story short, microbes died there. And the only way that you're going to get that reaction is either through uh, uh, through high temperatures and acidity, and not either of those do they think were in the Israel crater at any point. It's a pretty damn good indicator that something was alive on Mars a little while back. Is there any way to make what work, Baron? Imagine if they eat our lunch by grabbing our samples. Yeah, you should get on that. What the heck are you making here? Why? But uh, what? Uh, could an asteroid impact be a plausible theory for high temperature? In, I mean, you are in a crater, Archie. Yeah, sure. What the? Go down even more. Uh, it has a launch escape system up at the top. Look at that. Look at the launch escape system. I love the part where the launch escape system is shooting right into the glass cockpit. That's really good. Oh yeah, this would have worked. This is a great idea. What?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Can you please explain to me what you think of the new UFO video showing a Hellfire missile hitting it? I know I always joke about this, but I want your honest opinion.
I haven't
Thank
seen it.
E.T.
I have. My name's EJ, not ET. I haven't seen it, dude. And if I could take a rain check on the UAP stuff today, I haven't had a good couple of days, dude. It's not been fun. We could just take a rain check on that.
Discovery,
I'd
go and throttle up.
appreciate it, dude. I appreciate you, man. Hey, Tally, 14-month resub. Look at the. Wait, do the wings fold out? They fold out. Oh, Baron, what, dude? This thing is cursed, man. Please watch it. Can you pull up the video? I honestly wanted to know. Dude, I'm asking nice. Can we not today? Dude, so the wings fold out, huh? Brother, what the, dude? What kind of cope is this thing? All right, like what? What? Oh, that's great. Yeah, lovely. You know what the thing is, you could probably make this by editing fairings, dudes. You could probably do it, but I'm not. I'm not doing. What's that? Huh. Look at aggregate. I know all about aggregate. Yeah, aggregate is some of Von Braun's designs were kind of out there, but he hit the nail on the head with the A4, I must say. I love this the first time I saw it when it was a defensive missile for the XB-70. Oh. Chat. All right, so we have a video from ESAR. ESAR had a launch up in Norway, and it didn't work. It went up and then came right back down and blew up. Let's take a look at it and see what's going on with them. Enjoy it, that's it. I was gonna say Svalbard.
We've seen AI, we've seen robotics. The biggest one of all is space, and we're just at the beginning of that journey.
Yeah, that music's gonna mute it, so we have to... Yeah, that was footage from their first launch.
The number of customers is increasing worldwide.
We can't turn it on, it's gonna mute it. This will completely gack the YouTube VOD if we haven't already. That's a laser sintered aluminum right there. Uh-huh. Nice lathe. Oh, they're working on stuff.
It's all a bit useless.
It's all a bit useless. What's useless?
You don't actually get them into the right orbit at the right time. It's all a bit useless.
If you don't do that, okay, cool.
Tens and hundreds of rockets. You have to really design for industrial scalability from day one. And that's what we did at ESAR.
Okay, where's your second rocket? Any closed captions? It's a video on X, guys.
And scaling very early on. We have a great manufacturing capability. We have a great space launch ecosystem with test rigs and all the capabilities that belong to it.
Cool. Doesn't this rocket use propane?
Almost everything, or at this point we own about 90% of the value creation of the entire launch system, which not only allows us to actually scale our production, but it also gives us a lot of independence.
You are getting a lot of new opportunities.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to watch it without sound. These damn hype beast investor videos, man. They use copywritten music. It's really annoying, actually. Here's a YouTube link with captions.
Capability.
All right, let's go. We've seen AI, we've seen robotics. The biggest one of all is space, and we're just at the beginning of that journey. These carbon fiber weaving machines look so awesome. What are you getting some ideas, Nightmare? You getting what are you getting some reference? Yeah. I gotta go over here. We have more needs to get to space access. The number of customers is increasing worldwide. Music. I said nothing of the sort. The market has been shifting quite a lot, actually, for the last year or so. All very good news for launch service providers as demand is increasing in so many different ways. You can have 1,000 satellites sitting on a shop floor, but if you don't actually get them into the right orbit at the right time, it's all a bit useless. Yeah, okay. At this point, the challenge in the space industry is not on a technological level, but a real challenge is how do you build tens and hundreds of rockets? You have to really design for industrial scalability from day one, and that's what we did at ESAR. This doesn't sound as profound. What's unique about Spectrum is the fact that we have thought about it, industrialization and scaling very early on. We have a great manufacturing capability. We have a great space launch ecosystem with the test with test rigs and all the capabilities that belong to it. Nice weld. And so we ended up actually insourcing almost everything, where at this point we own about 90% of the value creation of the entire launch system, which not only allows us to actually scale our production, but it also gives us a lot of independence. There's the thing, Heitmare. You see the thing? Look at the thing. The first step is enabling access to space, and then you are getting lots of new opportunities. Remember, getting to orbit is the ticket to play. So ESAR's built this whole launch system, which can be basically put any place in the world. Now, if we've seen this video before, dude. I just got the weirdest deja vu. That was weird. Changed something in the Matrix, man. Now, if we want to develop a new system or upgrade the current system, we have the capability and the capacity to do so. Did you see the same cat? Was it the same cat? Hold on. Excuse me. I saw something here that I want to go see. If you guys don't mind, we're just going to slow it down here a little bit. Hey. How you doing? Oh, yeah, look at that. Isn't that nice? Yeah, you're missing an engine. Hey, baby. Yeah, this is footage from when they first rolled it out. NSF was there for that stuff, dude, which is super cool. They helped them do the coverage. Look at that launch complex, man. For real, though. That's great. It reminds me a lot of the Rocket Lab video, dude. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, they're talking about scalability and stuff, and, you know, it'd be nice if, you know, they went to launch again. I'm wondering when they're going to do their second launch. Have we heard anything, dudes? Their launch complex looks way more James Bond worthy. It really does look like something you'd see in like Skyfall or something, dude. Look at that place. That's in Doya. Yeah. A couple of NSF personnel have been all the way up there, which is pretty cool. If we see a woman in a red dress, you know we're in trouble. Bond. Only Bond. He's going to derail us. Anyway, good promo footage there from ESAR. Pretty neat. D was up there. Adrian was up there. I think Brady went up there too. I don't think they'll have the demand to meet their projected scale. I am very, yeah, exactly, CP9. The launch industry is really changing over the last year. Okay, changing to what? Changing to what? Proliferated Leo constellations? I hate to be this guy, all right, but they say in their promo video, they say it's been changing over the last year. Okay. The first Starlink launch was in 2018. 2018. You know, that was 7 years ago, right? I'm not saying that to make you feel old. Just wondering if they got the memo on that. Thanks, I feel old. I say, hey, wait a minute, Vin. I said I wasn't trying to make you feel old. You're not supposed to feel old after I tell you that I'm not trying to feel old. It's saying that it was a long time ago. In your 20s and you make you feel old? Yeah, wait till you're in your 30s. It's great. It's great. You just wake up some days and just fall over because you pulled a muscle. It's lovely. It's fun. It's real fun. 30s, try 40s. 40s, try 50s. Top of anti-sat systems. Here you go. And launch was just pushed back 30 minutes. Surprise, surprise! Listen, chat, you fancy another launch? Because once you had Falcon, you never get back. All right. Anyway. Baron, that's cursed, and I hate it. So, let's go down to Starbase real quick. This is coming from our buddies over at NSF. Check this out. This morning, they moved, SpaceX installed the ring for static firing starships. We saw the static fire appendage piece, this thing over here, that L-shaped thing, get moved out yesterday. Was that yesterday? No, that was on Tuesday. And now they've installed the ring. Once the ring gets added, so the ring attaches to Super Heavy's hold down points on the bottom, and it attaches to Starship's points on the top. This makes it so SpaceX can static fire ships from the orbital pad right there. This ring was used to fire Ship 37, and it will be used again to fire Ship 38. Okay, two things. Once Ship 38 does its static fire, that is the last time anything is going to, aside from Flight 11, that's the last time anything's going to launch on that pad or fire on that pad. The static fire for Ship 38 is the penultimate thing before they take that thing apart and scrap it and rebuild it like the other pad, which is in the top right. Or I'm sorry, that's that pad. This is this pad, that's that pad. They're going to take this pad, demolish this, and install the flame trench and launch plate from that pad over here. They're going to make another one, put it over here. So this pad is going to be down for a little while. But yeah, the ring was installed. We should be getting a Ship 38 static fire soon. The second thing that I wanted to point out is the dude standing on the ring. Look at the dude standing on the orbital launch mount. That's quite a big piece of equipment. How long into Flight 12? End of the year, Dean. If I had to guess with SpaceX, probably January of 2026. Now, keep in mind, I know what you're saying. Oh, end of the year? January 2026? Yeah, you know that's like 3 months away, right? 3.5 months. It's not a long time. I'm not trying to make you feel old. Jeez. I'm just saying that 3 months is not a long period of time on a spaceflight scale. With all due respect, Chad, and I mean with all due respect, I didn't realize you had experimental surgery to have your balls removed. You can't just say with all due respect and then say whatever you want to me. Yeah. And I don't want to talk about that. Nice picture, though. Anyway. What is this slide from? This is the USAF Research Lab. I love crap. Gotta say that I do not want to break your arm, Monsieur Booby, but I am a man of my word. Break it, Pepe Le Pew! Oh, he did it! Alright. Reusable rocket in war. Real conclusions. Affordable. Commercially based reusable launch vehicles can provide all of the precision firepower the NCA needs anywhere on Earth. Technology just as mature as the JSF V20. Technology just as mature as the JSF V22 and CVX. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You know. All-time greatest launch vehicles, like the Navy's Vanguard rocket and Delta III. You know, the good rockets, the mature technologies.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hi, Snackless. Are we making drop pods for the military now? I don't know. Transatmospheric weapons work portable from the collaboration of air-delivered and ICBM worlds. American people will be too busy enjoying increased prosperity from hypersonic transport to be overly concerned about military spin-offs and what the who the hell wrote this? What is this? What is this? The Pentagon is planning for a space. This is from NBC. Space bomber. Well, to be fair, the V-22 is mature. Maybe not the best tool for any of its jobs, but this is old. Check the date. August 13th, 2001. Why did it? Okay. All right. Baron, I am trying to make you feel old now. Why the hell did you link me a 24-year-old article? Bunch of people in chat saying that article is older than them. That's great. That's great. That's great. Because I like ASAT systems. Maybe he wants you to cover it for space news. That article is the same age as you. Will you stop freaking doing that? And stop doing that. All right? That. Damn it. Damn it. So tired of this frickin' go away, you freaks. This was related to Air Power 2025. What's Air Power 2025? What's it? Oh! Hey, get off my lawn. If you're gonna call me old, I'm using that privilege. Okay? If you're gonna call me, get off my lawn. You damn kids keep stepping on my grass. What is this? Oh, that's kind of cool, Aqualex. Ah, that's some blended wing action right there. That's pretty good. I was 13 when this was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is get off my grass. This is this is a thing. Okay. And take your Scooby-Doo urinal cakes with you. You were -4. So snackless. Yeah, all right, you're gonna do that. You know what? I'm gonna do this. You know how kids your age keep saying like, oh man, and you get nostalgic for the '90s and the '80s, even though you weren't there. You know you do that. Well, guess what? Guess what? I'm gonna do that. The '90s freaking ruled. Boom. Now what? Now what? And guess what? You missed it. Whammy. That sucks. Oh no, that sucks. F them kids. Yeah, right. I mean, I came in on the tail end of the 80s, so I didn't really get to experience that. But I hear the 80s are pretty good, too. 90s is fun, man. The before times. People think of the before times before COVID. No, I'm talking about the before times before the before times. Look at the date. The before times, man. The before times were fun, dude. The 80s were even better, I can attest. Damn it. Really would have liked to go to that party. Nobody called me yet. Nobody called me. I remember the before times. Before times were sick. Good times. Real good times. Anyway. Yeah, you just walk into an airport. Just walk in. You go through a metal detector. It goes off. And, all right, cool. Just go. Great. It's awesome. Just saying. Learned the computer and wasn't raised by it. Whoa, that's hashtag deep. Bob, you've smoked on airplanes? Good for you. This generation has some chance to get space affordable. Yeah, they'll do it, man. They'll do it. They'll do it. The 2010s ruled? 2010s were pretty fun, man. Yeah. Actually, like, from 2015 to 2019, it was awesome. It was a pretty good time. Pretty good time, dude. I hate talking about it like that because that was not that long ago, but it was fun, man. Yeah, from, like, I'd say from, like, PAX East 2015 to, like, actually, I mean, we could even say, like, you could even rope like 2011 in there. Yeah. 2011, 2019 is pretty fun, man. Pretty good time. Pretty good time. Anyway. I remember high school too. Really? All right. Nice, Whoop. That's funny. So when do you expect the first Block 3 launch? You think the end of next year? Block 3? Block 3? December? January, maybe? SpaceX is cooking with that thing, man. They're making some real good progress. Even with the Augustine report, that's why I'm saying, like, after. The only thing that could have made the 20 teens better, or A, if the space shuttle was still flying, or B, someone took Constellation seriously. That would have made it just rule. Can you imagine how awesome it would have been? Like, have the shuttle and Dragon 2? Like, just think about this from, like, a purely operational standpoint. You have a problem, like, you know, the shuttle can still build space stations. It could still the shuttle could build Gateway. It could build Gateway. You could build stages for it, and the shuttle could just put that up there, right? And you could just build a transfer vehicle to get out to the moon, right? And then the shuttle could put Orion in its payload bay, and you could dock the Orion to it, and the shuttle could dock to the space station. People could transfer into Orion. You could do all this cool stuff, right? And if something goes wrong with the shuttle, you could just send a Dragon up. Just send a Dragon up. No problem. Do you think about the type of environment, like where low Earth orbit economy would be if the shuttle and Dragon were flying at the same time? Like Dragon 2. Technically technically, the space shuttle and Dragon were flying at the same time in 2010, which I don't know how to feel about that. But can you imagine like having Dragon 2 and the space shuttle? Say something went wrong with the shuttle. Okay, just send Dragon up there, docks to it, boom. Easy. No problem. Right? If Dragon was available, would they have been able to save the Columbia crew? That still would have been a dangerous mission, Farhund, because Columbia didn't have an airlock. No airlock. The way the shuttle was configured did not allow for provisions for an airlock. It was configurable in the shuttle. You could remove it if you needed to. And since Columbia was heavy and it wasn't going to a space station, why put an airlock in? So what you would have had to do is depress the whole capsule. You would have to depress the shuttle's crew tank, which would have been difficult. And let's be real, how are you doing that? There's no spacesuits on board either, because there's no airlock. The airlock and the docking port are all, you know, like where you keep the suits and stuff, right? So you had no suits. You have no suits, you have no airlock. So even if you got a Dragon capsule to it, it would have been that would have been hard to do. Doable, dangerous. Would you rather die? Probably not. What would have probably been a better thing to do is, put some type of airlock, like inside a Dragon's trunk. Have Dragon separate from Falcon 9, deploy the nose cone, pluck the thing out of the trunk, right? Have it in the trunk, but have it sit on the second stage. So when Dragon deploys, and the airlock is in the trunk, pluck it off of a Falcon 9 second stage, then go to the shuttle and have spacesuits, have extra spacesuits, have a bunch of stuff. Or, absolute worst case scenario, you know, have Dragon kind of station keep, right? Do an EVA out of Dragon and fix the damn shuttle. Like you could, I think that SpaceX could hook that up. Probably not in the allotted time, but it would, I mean, that's what I mean about the atmosphere existing with the space shuttle. Like if you had the space shuttle and Dragon 2, that'd block the thrusters. You'd have to use the other thrusters on the back. But yeah, the forward bulkhead thrusters would be pretty much inoperable at that point. Yeah. Deadbringer, execute order 66. So, Aqualex, here's what we do. If, you know, we're flying the space shuttle and Dragon at the same time, the shuttle just rolls with an IDA sitting on the docking adapter with one of the IDAs. Just build another IDA, put it on the shuttle, adapt APAS to NDS, and boom, Dragon, easy peasy. Dragon can dock to it. It would actually be pretty good. It'd even fit perfectly. The nose cone could be, the shuttle crew tank aft payload wall's here. This is the front of the shuttle bay. Shuttle's facing that way. You have your docking port here. You have the IDA on top. Dragon's nose cone could be over here. Dock right to it, man. It's almost like it was meant to do that. It'd work, dude. That would work. It would work good. That didn't happen, but at least we have Cygnus. Cygnus is cool, but I like the shuttle. Deadbringer 66 month resub. Thank you. Ale8 with 1,000 bits. We're old, man. It's fine. Dragon can remove its nose cone if they needed to. They wouldn't need to docking inside the shuttle. You wouldn't need to. Dragon would almost fit. It would fit perfectly. In my opinion, I think it's weird for crew things to go up without docking ports nowadays. Yeah, but that wasn't weird in 2003. What's going to dock to it? You know? But yeah, space vehicles from like here on out, man, not having a docking port is just strange. That should be like mandatory at the very least, like for safe ship design, right? Speaking of Cygnus, are you going to cover Sunday's launch? So we have a Cygnus, NG-23, Sunday at 6:11 p.m. I'll get back to you, okay? 'Cause, 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 Polaris, Inspiration, From 2 have no docking port. Yeah. I know. Can we somehow sent the shuttle deeper than Leo? Nah, it'd be better for the shuttle to just build something in low Earth orbit if you wanted to send people further. What are we looking at here, Sea Kraken? Can we have this Titan? Is that a Titan with the CSM on top of it? What the heck is this? So you have a Titan core stage here, right? Titan core stage with 4, or well, technically that'd be 2 LR87s. You have your Titan SRBs on the side, and then it looks like you got a Centaur? Oh no, that's a Titan second stage. That's an LR91. And then an inner stage, and then the CSM on top of it. The Apollo CSM. I mean, wait. Whoa. What is this? What is that? What is that? Dude! Twin LR87s. What? Whoa. What in the kerbal is going on here? That's what I'm at. It's called Titan 3 L2. Titan 3 L2. Wow. Wow. 7-segment SRM? Damn, dude. Damn. Dude, that's a spunky little lifter right there. It's not little. That's actually huge. That's bigger than Falcon. It was for the Star Wars program. Cool. Wow. How did I not know about this? It looks like a swole Arian 5. Actually, a rocket that I really think should have caught on but didn't is something that we did for one of our career mode saves back in the day. So you see those SRBs that were on Titan, right? If you took those SRBs, like Titan 3 SRBs, and you took them and you attached them to a Saturn 1B, you have a disgustingly good launch vehicle. We're talking something that can move about 50 tons into Leo, which is actually, I don't know if it was 50 tons. I don't remember. So the MLV 11.7, which is it's a stretched first stage a little bit with 4 Titan 3 SRBs, 12, 3, 6, and 9. It is a monster of a vehicle. Yeah, and then that one over there is the AJ260, where they were just like, nah, I see what you're doing over here with all this stuff here. I see what you're doing with all of that. Just make it one big SRB. Screw it. Here. Where is the... There it is. Dude, absolute monster. Leo payload 26 ton. No, it was way more than that. So let me put it to you like this, guys. I mean, even at 26,000 kilos, that's the Leo payload. That's what fits in the payload attachment fitting right there. That's what fits there. Int 15. Yeah. So you could put 26 tons in here. So this thing, right? What you could do with this, you could move a CSM and a LEM into space, right? And then send another one of these things with an S4B. And that could get you to the moon. That is supplemental. That would do what a Saturn V could do, but with 2 launches. That's how good that thing is. They should have made that. That would have been a great idea. That kicks the snot out of Titan, but that didn't. The Air Force wanted Titan because they didn't like von Braun's rockets because we didn't like von Braun's rockets because he's an army missile engineer. So we're gonna keep going with our Air Force engineered thing. Never mind, the guy made the best rocket, one of the best rockets ever designed. We're just going to keep going with Titan, which uses like 6 different types of propellants. It's fine. That actually happened, by the way. Yep. The Air Force had the opportunity to use a Saturn 1B for defense payloads, like at the end of the Apollo program. Somebody's like, we should use this for defense payloads. It's really good. And the Air Force said, no, we'll keep using Titan. Okay. I mean, I love Titan, guys. I like Titan rockets. I named my dog's name Titan, right? But also at the same time, if I had to choose between a Titan 3 and then or a Saturn 1B, I'm taking the Saturn 1B. Yeah, I'm taking the Saturn 1B. I don't know. How about you guys? Hey, Pat, Titan's doing great. Thank you. We're living in the against all mankind timeline. Hey, Predominant. What's up? Also, this was a thing. Okay. Yeah, we don't encourage mental illnesses here. Sea Kraken, so yeah, just promptly never show me that again. Just promptly never show me that again. Anyway. Check this out, guys. So, Tim Dodd had a kind of the everyday Astro man. Or no, Tom Dude, the occasional Astro boy. No. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut. That's it. So he actually posted an op-ed on X that I actually wanted to share. I think you guys will appreciate it. And you know, like, I come up with some pretty armchair engineering stuff, and you know, it is what it is. Tim's doing it too, and I think you guys like listen. This is actually, I actually think it's pretty cool. Ultimate armchair engineer warning. Long, but hear me out. All right. Tim says, Artemis is a mess. I've been working on a very deep dive going over all possible options to get humans on the moon with existing and near future existing hardware, and I've discovered something quite interesting about the current plans for Starship. Starship HLS should absolutely not do its own translunar injection. SpaceX should do a stubby HLS, which only has enough propellant to get from rectilinear halo orbit down to the surface and back. This only requires about 400 tons of propellant because you could remove something like 20 to 25 tons of tankage that is currently baked into the design that's only used once to do the translunar injection burn. A stubby Starship HLS now has much greater margins too. Almost 700 meters a second of delta V for a round trip between rectilinear halo orbit and the lunar surface. This also means its refueling requires substantially less propellant for the subsequent missions. It makes the refueling translunar tanker require much less propellant, which means it requires fewer launches to fuel that up as well. It all works towards much fewer launches altogether. A much more efficient lunar lander that isn't carrying an additional 20 to 25 tons of dry mass, and a shorter vehicle which requires less hardware for the elevator, a lower center of gravity, much lower landing mass since it requires less propellant to get back to rectilinear halo orbit, etc., etc. It's a win-win. The only drawbacks I found so far is the translunar tanker and the translunar tanker and HLS would need to be able to dock nose to nose and have heavy bracing to be able to perform the TLI dock with the translunar depot. However, this would certainly be less mass than the 25 tons of parasitic tankage we've removed. The other drawback is a translunar refueling depot that has minimal dry mass, therefore only two Raptor. The drawback is a translunar refueling depot that has minimal dry mass and only two Raptor vacuums would likely need to expend a booster to be able to get into orbit initially, since it would take about 19 minutes for two Raptors to burn through 16 tons of propellant. So you'd have to launch it with less than 600 tons of prop, which still gives it enough delta V to get into orbit if the booster is expended, but also can get the job done with just two Raptor vacuums. Would be the most efficient for all the translunar refueling operations. You'd sack an entire super heavy for what? For saving one Raptor vacuum? Question? But this is true of the full HLS as well. Okay. The numbers are barely close with little margin for error and boil off with a full height HLS doing its own TLI. A stubby HLS is almost the real only viable option that has much greater margins and required far less to refuel once it's at the moon. Best of all, cargo and crew volume remain the same for a stubby HLS Starship. There's almost no compromise other than the complication of having to do the TLI with two docked vehicles. Do it with SLS. Yeah? With the EUS. Yeah? Just saying. Something that's never been done before, but certainly the juice is worth the squeeze over having an inherently inefficient lunar lander. I'm working on a very deep dive on all things Artemis, and this is just something that stood out. I can't wait to show you my full rundown. There's some interesting options out there that can help ensure the US beats China back to the moon while also aligning with long-term sustainability goals. Ugh. Look at it's the stubby. It's the stubby. We saw this a little earlier, but oh, it's so, look at it. It's so small. I kind of like it. Is that bad? I kind of like it. Make it a 3-stage, essentially cutting Starship in half. You wouldn't be able to stack that with the chopsticks, I don't think. The green square, yes. Yeah, no, you know what, dudes? That doesn't, it's stubby, and I don't mind that. That looks fine. What's wrong with that? It looks like a lander. Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. Too pointy? Nah, it's good, man. Nah, we good. Makes the elevator ride a little less scary. Dude, just put a ladder on it at that point. It's not like you're that high off the ground. I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. This is actually a pretty smart idea. Pretty well thought out from Tim. Yeah. So what happens to the stack's thrust to weight ratio at that point? You probably don't need as many thrusters up there, dude, to be honest. Actually, with the stubby version, you can just integrate a ladder down. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, the shorter lander will be more stable. It'll be more stable when landed. A truck just stopped in front of the camera for NSF. That's what that was. How high? About 40 to 50 feet? Yeah, a little bit higher than that. Yeah, maybe something like that. The stubby would only have 2 vacuum? Yeah. I don't know how, I don't know how you do that, but hey, whatever. You also shorten the elevator music MP3 and save another 4 megabytes. Yeah. No ladder, fireman's pole. How you getting back up, Borg? It would be fun once, and then you realize there's no way to get back in it. Yeah, I don't mind it. That's actually not a bad idea, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Ain't no problem there. That's a question for future astronaut. Yeah, it's a question for the future ones, dude, because the guy that's swimming down the pole right now is dead. So we're gonna have to ask somebody else. It's certainly a new sort of complexity. I don't hate this. That's cool. Pretty well thought out. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if SpaceX is gonna do it, but it's not the worst idea. That's not the weirdest theory, space architecture theory craft that I've seen. That thing that Seacracken just linked a second ago was. Stubby HLS KSP built when? I have a feeling Elon has already seen Tim's post, so we might have an actual stubby HLS. To be honest, I think it might not be bad for Mars either. Any thoughts? Marcon, stubby HLS would be great for a Martian SSTO. That would be really good. Yeah, it'd be really good. Because think about it. From the moon to rectilinear halo orbit, that's almost the same amount of delta V as Mars orbit. If my math is serving me left. Fucking Reddit. Whatever, it's good enough. Let's see. The moon to basically intercept. Rectilinear halo orbit is very close to here. It's up here somewhere. Stubby for early missions, full scales once you're building a permanent base. Go. Yeah, about 2.5 kilometers a second. Yeah, Mars is 3,800, and yeah, it's close, but it's not exact. All right, I'm off for Thursday night football. Go Pack. I hope you lose every game, John. Like every game for the next 16 weeks. I mean, in reality, it's probably going to be me, but also I can hope. Okay. I think a better idea is to have a fairing for a nose cone so you can get a full cylinder for your crew. So the stubby thing can't be a Mars SSTO. I mean, but yeah, that's I mean, we beat the Lions, John. I mean, we beat the Lions. I mean, we beat the Lions. Shut up. That's the past. Stop living in the past, man. I wasn't saying I hope you lose last week's game. I was saying I hope you lose this game. And the next 16 weeks after. Stop living in the past, man. What's wrong with you? Look at the stubbiness. I mean, we beat the line. I mean, we beat the line. You back at me. That's you. That's what you sound like. I hope the Patriots win this week so you can feel some joy. Thank you. Stubby Starship seems like my design, and SpaceX is converging. I think the best way to win is to stay the course. Yeah. They were showing non-HLS full starships for Enterprise moon landings. If you had those, could you do a direct transfer to the moon surface? Direct transfer moon surface to Earth EDL and get good data for harsher entries on Mars? Yeah. Are you talking space or football? Spaceball. Spaceballs? What is removing an RVAC gain? Probably dry mass, if I had to guess. That gives you the delta V margins. But yeah, I don't understand sacrificing an RVAC for an entire super heavy. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially when you need to launch a lot. But I like where Tim's mind's at. That's actually pretty smart, dude. I mean, heck, dude, you could even cut down. Like, why you need the nose cone? Just jettison the nose cone if we're going to talk about something quick. Make the top of the crew tank here. Put a bulkhead there for future designs, and basically the space occupying the header tanks, you could put a docking port up here, and then once you're above the atmosphere with this thing, when you're sending it, just jettison that. What do you need the nose cone for after that? Aerodynamic components don't matter on the moon. So, heck, make the whole freaking top of this thing jettison. Last, my original idea was basically to have the lander completely separate, where it'd be stacked like a normal starship, but at the moon would be even stubbier, and the lander would be just hypergulls. Deployable solar panels. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Have this be an unpressurized volume with a solar panel that kind of goes off to the sides or something. At this point, send Hoppy. Yeah. Look, man. All I'm saying is that if Starship V3, which will be ready in time, if V3 actually does what SpaceX says it's going to do, and it can move 100 tons into low Earth orbit, as advertised, if it does that, all I'm saying is that you could put a lander in Starship, right? And Starship would have enough to do the translunar injection burn basically by itself. And SpaceX is trying to mitigate boil off, right? They're trying to mitigate it, right? If they figure out a way to mitigate the boil off, Starship could do a high energy insertion, a high energy translunar injection, kind of like Apollo, right? With the lander in tow, circularize into low lunar, right? Deploy the lander, let the lander do its thing, go down to the surface, right? Lander could come back up, like a two-stage hypergolic lander, something like the LEM, right? Come back up, redock with Starship. Starship could come home, do entry, descent, and landing. No Starship refueling would be required for something like this. Like, nothing. Starship just needs the right payload bay doors to get a two-stage hypergolic lander inside of its payload bay. So it needs shuttle payload. It needs shuttle payload bay doors, and it needs a crew complement. What do you figure? You figure that the crew area, the crew tank with all of its life support systems, what, 10 tons? Something like the LEM is 16 tons. That's 26 tons. Okay? If Starship has enough delta V to move 100 tons into LEO, it can move 16 tons of payload to the moon. No problem. No problem. That's no refueling required. I'm starting to think, dudes, that You guys correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I mean, you will anyway, but just everybody keeps hanging up on SpaceX saying, "Oh, they're gonna have to refuel it. They're gonna have to refuel it. They're gonna have to refuel it a ton of times. You're gonna have to refuel it. You're gonna have to refuel it a ton of times. You're gonna have to refuel it. You gotta refuel all the things. You just gotta refuel it all the time." Dude, if the thing can move 100 tons into Leo, like what 100 tons? Carry 100 tons of fuel. I mean, I don't think each starship could carry 100 tons of fuel, but in the payload bay, like if you just made the payload bay fuel tanks and stuff, right? There's no way that takes 16 launches. There's no way. You could literally fill the entire payload bay with cryogenic fuel. Am I missing something here? Like, just make a starship. The depot starship is just all fuel tank and just the nose cone with some header tanks for landing. Kind of like what the Block 2 ship ended up looking like. It's mostly fuel tanks with a smaller payload bay, right? If you're moving 100 tons every time, dude, you can... I'm doing the math off the top of my head. Maybe it's... That's what I'm thinking, Aqualex. They're not... Hold on. All right, let's do some. Volume of 1 ton of liquid methane. Okay, so we extrapolated that Starship's payload bay volume is about 1,000 cubic meters, right? It's about 1,000 cubic meters, give or take. 1 ton of liquid methane is 2.37 cubic meters. Fellas, you could fill the entire thing up with methane. You could fill the whole thing up, and you wouldn't even be near its maximum payload capacity, which is absurd. That's, what is that, 40 tons of liquid methane? Right? What's Starship's wet mass? How much fuel does the is like a full Starship? Let's take a look. Methane alone doesn't bring you anywhere. Don't forget the locks. Yeah, I am aware of this. I just picked one. Here, let's buy a ton of liquid oxygen. Why did it give this one in this? Volume of 1 ton of LOX is 0.876 meters cubed. Guys, SpaceX could carry 100 tons of LOX in one Starship flight. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's over 10 flights, easy. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to see that. But, see, once again, if... See, like... I understand why they're doing that way. But if you're talking about the applications like going to the moon, if Starship can move 100 tons into Leo... You don't need to refuel anything. Dude, they could put like Blue Moon Mark II in their payload bay and you could do it in one shot. No refueling required. And then now you have a reusable lander sitting around the moon. I'm confused as to what volume has to do with mass. If you need 1,500 tons at 100 ton per launch, you need 15 launches. How much can they fit in the payload bay event, dudes? I feel like Tim is onto something if they made a lunar cycler that has no fins. What is the fuel to oxidizer ratio? I don't know, Rarest. You could just transfer from the main tanks in theory. Yeah, but event dudes, so where I'm getting at with that is a refueling starship is going to look like a regular starship, but where the payload bay would be for the Starlink satellites, there would just be more fuel tank there, right? Right? So you'd have to take that's extra fuel. Yeah, wait a minute, I'm right. Taking into account the extra fuel, dude, it wouldn't take 15. 10, maybe. If you built like a true tanker starship that's just basically fuel tanks with a nose cone and flaps, 10 flights at best. I mean, that's still a lot, to be fair. But see, at that point, like, okay, so event, hear me out. Where I'm going with this is, in order to do something like that, you're gonna, okay, we need SpaceX needs a tanker, a starship that can move 100 tons into low Earth orbit, okay? And then with the block, with the version 3 and maybe the version 4 version, it could go up to 200 tons. Dude, if you make a vehicle that can move 100 tons into Leo, you could easily use that same vehicle to get to low lunar and have a 2-stage lander like the LEM inside of the payload bay and land on the moon. And then, dude, if it's 200 tons, you could take the lander. You could probably, if it's 200 tons, you could probably make the lander single stage. Make a single stage lander. So Starship could do a direct TLI insertion, because they've mitigated boil off, because they want to do those refueling and stuff, right? Starship could circularize with the Raptors in low lunar, deploy the rover, or deploy the lander down to the surface, lander back up, right? Redock the lander inside of Starship, and then just take Starship home. Like, if you can move 200 to Leo, you can do that. That's easy. Like that, it's not easy, but that's like a quick shot if expediency is your goal. The only thing is you're going to need a lander. That's the problem. Interesting. Maybe SpaceX could make a fuel tank and said payload bay that could be jettisoned in Leo after transferring fuel to save dry mass. It would deorbit naturally, then burn up. Why not just leave the tank up there, dude? And then refuel the tank? We know it, man. That was the first thing we covered today. What about a 3-stage starship with a sacrificial second stage to push the stubby lander? Somebody proposed that, Snackless. I think Hellfish said that before. Right, however, a tanker starship, you don't need a payload bay, so you just stretch the main tanks to allow for more fuel and save on weight by not having the other tanks. Well, yeah, I was trying to figure what that extra volume is, you know? And take that into account. Like, how much fuel does a depot starship take, you know? An old NSF forum post had SpaceX's Block 1 Starship fuel tank volume calculated to be about 1,500 cubic meters with 1,200 tons. That comes to a density of about 834 kilograms per cubic meter for methalox. Is the display with your quad monitor setup new? Quad monitor? Quad monitor? How dare you insult me? There's 5 of them. How dare you? SMH my screen resolution. I need a cop drop. It's pentacular, indeed. Right? Indeed. Yeah, so Snackless, this is my new mission control setup. You can tell it's mission control because of the way it is. You know, that's pretty neat. You can even see the stubby lander. Isn't that great? Don't need the green screen mission control center anymore. SMH, your cable management. So this is your VR headset, predominant. Okay, that's your VR headset. That's the joystick wire, and here's the wire for the fan. That's it. So what I'm saying is that the cable management is kind of your fault. Yeah, here. Look familiar? Kind of screws with me, dude, that this headset's been on the other side of the world. That's really weird. But it is pretty cool. Need a hand banana holder? That has been on your face and you just went and put it on my face. Oh, now I don't want to wear it ever again. Man, why you gotta do that? Hey, Paul, why you gotta make me feel bad? That camera angle's cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's pretty neat. I set up the behind-the-scenes camera as kind of a joke. It was kind of a... I put that camera there when we were streaming from the laptop on the other desk over there. And, you know, just to show people, like, what we were working on with the setup. And then I just plugged it in. And I was like, you know what? This is a cool camera. Let's just use that. It's good stuff. I just kept it. And then I put it in mission control. If you look over there, you can see. You see? Isn't that? All right. So yeah, I have a Behringer X1204. Look. If I talk into the mic, you can see the feedback on it. See the That's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at all those buttons. Isn't that cool? Look at all those buttons. It's got buttons on it, man. That's neat. Syllabus. Yeah, right. That explains why you make it. And you don't use 90% of it? Hey. I have 8 channels in here, okay? And I only use 2. So why do I have 8 channels? Because I want 8 channels, Mutter. Actually, Das told me to get this. I asked him what's a good mixer when I was upgrading my mic a long time ago, and he's like, oh, dude, Behringer, get an X1204. I'm like, okay, I can do that. Kevin would be proud of you. Yeah. Actually, this is piped in directly into the stream. It's off and it's muted, but Yeah, we could pipe that into the stream, but I haven't tuned it, so I'm not going to do that today. Yeah, that's hooked in. I hooked that all in when we did the setup, when we redid the setup. All 4 channels suck. He was correct. Yep. Yep. Nice. Got to tune the axe. Yeah. It's a Squire Stratocaster. I'm looking at the other camera over there. It's a Squire Stratocaster with Seymour Duncan pickups. It's got a humbucker in it. Here, look. And it's piped into a Vox AD15 VT. But look at this. This ain't your pappy's Fender. Actually, you know what's cool is if you switch to the humbucker, right? If you switch to the humbucker pickup, you can make this thing sound like a Gibson. It sounds like an SG, which is super cool. And then if you flip it back, it sounds like a Fender. You can make it sound like Hendrix, or you can make it sound like Angus Young, which is pretty cool. Or Tommy Iommi. I mean, pick your SG player. It's a nice guitar. My dad gave it to me. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. The camera makes it look a lot nicer than it is. If you want a new axe, DM you on Discord. Your wife works at Guitar Center. Oh. I don't really have the money to buy another axe right now, Headmana, so what are we talking about here? I also have a drum set behind the green screen, but it's kind of in the racing rig is kind of in the way. It's an electric drum kit. It's a Yamaha DT Explorer or DTX Explorer. It's an old electric drum kit, like really old. I could pipe that into the stream too. We could put that into the mixer if we wanted to, but I ran out of room. I don't have any spot for it. You have Floyd Rose in your axe. Just the standard picks up. I love me a good set of Seymour Duncans. Yep. Oh, okay, a minute. Yeah. Your dad is cool. I like him. He's a pretty cool dude. He didn't call me back today, though. I called him. I was like, yo, what up? Call me. Didn't call me back. The hell, Dad? What the frick, man? Just wanted to call you, see how you was doing. You never call. You never say what's up. You never call. Sorry, he gives me crap about this stuff all the time. I'm not gonna not dish it back. You know what I mean? Do you think Block 3 will really get 100 tons to Leo? That would be nice. I think it... Let's hope Falcon finally launches tonight. P-Gamer, it's not looking good. The weather is not cooperating. Ari, I don't... Okay, like, let's think about this. Sorry, the launch got pushed, so I'm trying to... give me a moment. I gotta find, where's the chart? There's the chart. Here we go. So... Oh, this is not... that's not the chart I'm looking for. Move along. Move along. This is the chart I'm looking for. All right, so here, look. V1 was about 15 tons. V2, the ones that the final one, which is going to launch soon on Flight 11, is about 35 tons. All right. You said V3 is 100 plus, V4 200. Dude, that's weird looking. I'm sorry, that's very strange. I don't know how to. It looks like Long Cat, you know. Not to date myself, but it looks like Long Cat. That's weird. V3 looks good. I like V3. So V3 can do 100 tons, dudes. That's what I'm talking about. Like, there's no reason to think that it can't. Like, look at the increase here. The V3 is a complete refactoring. It does look a little bit like V2, right? You know, you look at V2 to V3, it's like, oh, it might be a little bit taller. Dude, your propulsion is completely redesigned for V3. You're dealing with Raptor 3s now instead of Raptor 2s. Raptor 3s are insanely light for their size, power, and specific impulse. They have insane thrust to weight ratio because SpaceX tried to consolidate and they tried to take as much crap off of that, as much crap off of that thing as they possibly could. Imagine how much mass they're saving with Raptor V3. Here, I'll show you. Here, there's that famous picture that SpaceX took a little while ago. Here. That's what I'm talking about. Look at all the mass savings here. It's unbelievable. I mean, Raptor 2s are pretty good, man. Just saying. They're pretty stout. But you got to think about it, dude. It doesn't look like that much. Like, you're not saving that much. But, dude, there's, let's see, 33 in the first stage, 6 in the second stage. All that little stuff adds up. That's the whole point of the build that I've been trying to do with you guys in Kerbal. All of this adds up, right? Just there. Look at how much mass they shaved off of the system. That's got to be, I don't know. What do you guys think? 100 kilos per Raptor? That's ridiculous. That's crazy. Isn't it denser, though? Why would it be denser, Sea Kraken? All this has done is gotten rid of the flanges and the bolts. That's really what they were trying to do. All the fluid management systems are welded together on Raptor, so you don't have flanges, you don't have bolts. The flip side, so there's a trade-off in engineering. Trade-off is that's easier. Raptor 3 is easier to manufacture, but it's harder to work on. It's designed to be mass-produced. Probably 100 kilos. If you have 33 of those in the first stage, Bows, that adds up, dude. That's 3 tons of, that's more than 3. That's 3,300 kilos. So they shaved about a semi-truck's worth of mass just off the engines. Dude, taking 3 tons out of your first stage design is huge. That's huge. Dry mass will screw you on a first stage. That's why SpaceX didn't even bother thinking about landing legs with super heavy. They didn't even bother with that. Dude, it would be easier to just catch the stupid thing, right? That's why they did it, because dry mass in the first stage will kill you. It'll really screw your Delta V. That's why you don't see like flyback first stages. You don't see first stages with wings, except for New Glenn, but that's another story. Right? Now think about how much mass that shaves off a Starship. You got 6 engines, right? So that's what, 18 or 100? No, it's got to be Eurable. That's 600 kilograms. 600 kilos is kind of not that big of a deal. But dude, taking 3 tons out of your first stage design is big. That's a big deal. That's a noticeable difference. That's that much more TWR that you have, right? And I would imagine that the fluid systems, if Raptor 3's fluid systems are simplified, I'll bet you the booster and Starship's fluid management systems are simplified as well. I'll bet you they're a lot simpler. And dude, think about it. You simplify the systems. another 2 to 3 tons. Like even shaving like 5 tons off of Super Heavy's dry mass is a big deal. That's a noticeable difference.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now imagine a 10-ton hot staging rig now integrated. That's what I'm saying, dude. There's no way the V3's hot staging ring is nearly as heavy as the actual hot staging ring. That's taking 10 tons out of the design. Dude, in this crazy little napkin math analogy that we're working on, we've shaved like 15 tons off of Super Heavy. That is a big deal in your final Delta V margins. Like even if you didn't change anything on Starship, that's still a noticeable difference. Like if you put a Block 2, somehow could get a Block 2 Starship and put it on a Block 3 booster, and the Block 2 Starship's payload capacity with a Block 2 booster, right, is 35 tons. You put a Block 2 Starship on a Block 3 booster. If you could do that, I'll bet you the tonnage is way higher. I'll bet you it's like 40 to 50. And that's just that. If going through all the mass changes with Super Heavy, with the hot staging ring, the bulkheads, simplifying systems, no grid fin, like saving even 1% of your first stage booster's dry mass, that pays dividends down the road. 1% of booster dry mass, like if you could shave a ton off your booster design, that doesn't mean that your second stage gets a ton of extra payload. That means it gets more. Because once again, the Delta V equation works on a natural logarithmic scale, so it's not linear. So if you take 1 ton off here and put it up there, that doesn't necessarily translate. But in the first stage, yeah, it will. Bye everyone, have a good one. All right, well, see ya. Raptor 3 also doesn't need shielding. Boom. There you go. Roxy Red said there's no shielding, there's no attic, there's no nothing. Dude. Like rough napkin math, we've shaved like 20 tons off of Super Heavy. It's a 300-ton booster. It's a 300-ton booster that's now 280 tons. That's a big deal. That is not inconsequential. So Ari, do I think that Starship V3 and the V3 booster will get 100 tons? Maybe not exactly, but it'll be close. It'll be a lot closer than 35. I'd like to add 35 is... So even if they perfected V2 and got V2 dialed in, 35 to Leo is still enough to do their Starlink missions. That's enough for minimum viable, but SpaceX is not going to lock in there. They want to lock in over here. Raptor 3 is also more powerful on top of being lighter. Yeah, exactly, Nianix. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. How much mass did you save just with each engine? Archie, you're saying, so Raptor 3 engine, vehicle size commodities, hardware mass, 1720 kilograms. Raptor 2 engine, vehicle size commodities and hardware mass is 2875. They're saving a ton. 1 ton of dry mass between Raptor 2 and Raptor 3? Where the heck are you getting that? I'm not, dude, I'm not questioning you. I believe you. What the actual frick, dude? Based off of one of Elon's tweets a while ago. Oh, okay. Hold up. Because, dude, I was figuring into my math like 100 kilograms saved between each. Oh my goodness. Bro. Do the math, dudes. Do the frickin' math. Holy crap. $28.75, 1720. 1,100 kilos. Dry mass difference. 1,100. 1100 times 33 is 36.3 tons. Just in engines. That's just engine components. That's not shielding. That's not minus one grid fin. That's not minus the 10-ton hot staging ring. Dude, SpaceX could reduce booster dry mass with V3 by at least 50 tons. The current V2 boosters, guys, clock in at about 300 tons. If they got that number to 250 while increasing thrust, holy crap. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Yep. Nope. Yep. That. Yeah. Starship V3 will move 100 tons. Yeah. No. That's. Yeah. Yeah. It'll do that. It'll do that. It'll easily do that. Yeah. 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 That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I want this. Do you want this? I want this. Yeah. That's good. We should do this. Yeah. They should do that. The presentation says 100 plus tons, so it sounds like 100 tons is the bare minimum. Marcon, that's what it seems like. You don't put a plus in there. I think SpaceX engineers are forecasting 100 tons at the least, at the very least. Dude, if Starship can throw 3-figure tonnage payloads, so 100 tons into LEO, fully reusable, that. Let me put it to you like this. That's a good vehicle if you launched it 4 times a year. That could do Saturn V things. No problem. Like, easy peasy. SpaceX wants to launch it like 300 times a year or something, like 150 times a year, at least on Falcon 9's frequency. Holy shnikes. If they do that. Remember, we're getting that weight savings on Starship too, not just super. Moo! Speaking of the devil, looks like Raptor? Nope. Starbase Live is being drunk. I mean, Aqualix, you take into account that same weight savings, dude. I mean, you're saving, what, 6 tons at least? You're saving 6 tons at the least out of the ship design. Right? It's got to be that. 6 tons on Starship is no joke. That's a lot. That's saving 6 tons of dry mass on your ship is going to very, very much increase your payload capacity. I'm just blown away that they're dude. 30 tons of excess Raptor weight off of the booster. Dude, V3 boosters are going to be insane. That's ridiculous. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Ari, that was a good question, dude. Starship V3 will move at least 100 tons, like at the very least. If it scrubs again, move the launch to Vandy. One Starship could put a Liber 11,000 track into space. Yeah. So we could build a crawler crane on the moon. I'm in. You wouldn't need a lot of counterweight to do it, to lift crazy things on the moon, Gully. I'm just saying. I wouldn't put it past Elon to get to 111 tons. Crank it to 11, man. Yeah. Probably get a few extra 100 Delta V from the weight savings. And Jam, that's what I'm talking about. Starship, I'd say, guys, would you say it's reasonable to think that Starship V3 will... Yeah, I think it's reasonable to say it'll move 100 tons. If Starship V3, keep in mind, fellas, this is the booster that could be flying as close as 4 months from now. 4 months. 4 months. Not next year. Well, asterisk next to that. Not 12 months away. Not 36 months away. This is flying, like, soon. If that thing moves 100 tons into LEO, like, Dude, that's almost as much as the Saturn V, an expendable launch vehicle. That's on par with SLS Block 1. Also an expendable vehicle. Tessa, Tier 3, 112. Perhaps even 112. I see what you did there. Can I get that Elon tweet about engine specs? It's not about engine specs. It's actually straight from SpaceX, dude. These numbers are astronomical. Well, astronomical is a pretty good adjective, but they should call Block 3 yeet and repeat. Dude, even if they partially reuse that, like, even if it's like refurbishable, like the space shuttle, that is insane. Like, even if you hit like 12 flights a year with that thing, that's nuts, man. $100 tons. We will never hit that mark on lifting something that heavy up. The volume in Starship just don't have it. That's the point, goalie. Don't you understand? That's the point. You could fill up Starship's payload bay with lead and it'll still put it into space. The reason why SpaceX wants that is because SpaceX wants to be able to put anything, absolutely anything and everything. You could put a bunch of Cybertrucks in there. You could fill it with lead. Actually, we did the math out once. You could fill it about halfway with just a straight lead block. You could fill up about 500 cubic meters, if I'm remembering right. Maybe less. You could, so the idea is that anything in there, you could put anything. You put anything you want in there, and it'll never not make it. That's the whole idea. 100 tons of dirt. Yeah, man. Can you imagine a Starship bulk carrier? 100 tons of dirt. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, my mom wouldn't fit in it, Enzo. They wouldn't make it with my mom on board. That's good. It's good. You know, my mom is an Italian lady, Enzo, and now she's going to find you and hit you with a broom multiple times. You understand this, right? Okay. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? No, my mom doesn't talk like that. My grandma did. She's going to chase you around with a broom. You understand this, right? No, Fluffy, not in Minecraft. No. Yes, trust me, I know. Yeah, I was gonna say you don't. You know, my mother's like, I don't know if you. I mean, Enzo, you know, you're Italian. You know this. Pissing off Italian women is not a good idea. That is not a good idea. Like, are you trying to get us all killed? You know what I mean. It's not that is not a good call. Let's never do that. Okay? Ever. Let's never do that. Would taking 100 tons of dirt to Mars be good or bad? You'd need a greenhouse for it, goalie. Yeah. If you just threw 100 tons of dirt on the surface, it would instantly kill all microbial life in the dirt and it would be useless. Risk of cross-contamination? Once again, greenhouse. Send up several starships with dirt, make them in a ring and put them spitty. You make a space garden. Actually, a Starship greenhouse would not be the stupidest idea. So, like, think about a Starship, right? And then, you know, the nose cone side is just a gigantic window, right? It's just a gigantic window. And then you don't fill it up completely with dirt. You maybe put like 5 tons of dirt, just enough to make a planter in it or something, right? And you send that to Mars, right? you know, the dirt can be like in a canister, like in canisters or something. You send it to Mars, somebody gets there, you know, the elevator comes down, they ride the elevator up, and they start unpacking stuff inside, and it just instant greenhouse. Like, just make a starship with a big bay window. What is it, not going to get enough sunlight? Wouldn't the window not make Starship structurally weak? I mean, Marcon, you could use sunlight in grow lights. You could put grow lights in the payload bay. I mean, the payload bay would be a pressurized volume. And then, you know, you're not pulling like 100 tons of dirt. So you could just, what you could do is you could put a water recycler in there and a scrubber, just like they do on the ISS, and have that be part of your Eclipse package, right? And you could make a starship that just, you know, can put moisture in the atmosphere, in the atmosphere inside, and then you get sunlight or grow lights, whatever. And then you have a freaking garden. You have a starship garden. You know, you leave it there, automated, and let it grow for a little while. Then when somebody lands on Mars, boom, you have a freaking farm. It's where my mind is going with that is that you'd have to be careful about what you grow. There's not a lot of food that really wouldn't be enough food to feed a lot of people. You could do it. You could do it, and that certainly would be nice, right? Pollinating might be an issue. It would need to be hydroponics, Obsidian. You'd need to have the nutrients for pollination in the water, right? Like what they do on the ISS. They do that. They flow like water over the plant roots in microgravity, and it has the stuff for, well, not for pollination, right? But you get the idea. Who's going to be the farmer? Optimus? Or just make it self-contained? You remember, plants are great CO2 scrubbers. Holy shnikes, we got to tell Elon about this. This is a good idea. Launch is holding. Oh, jeez. Possible use panel that could be ejected on landing in an inflatable plastic bubble with the structural framing and the ability to expand based on O2 content. Since it's inflatable, you could then connect it to another through a sealed drop-in tube. Yeah, or dude. I mean, once again, yeah, that's a good idea, dude. These are good ideas. I like where we're going with this. I was just trying to bide some time until the Nusantara launch, but that's actually a good idea. Like, you don't need to take like dirt and throw it on the Martian ground and be like, yeah, we want to grow plants here. There's no pressure, and there's no pressure and no atmosphere. All the microbes would die instantly. But when you're throwing around 1,000-meter payload volume here to the surface of Mars and 100 tons, dude, you make a greenhouse ship, no problem. Easy peasy. And like you said, dude, you could have the one with the payload bay doors that shoots out a freaking bouncy castle. Right? It shoots out a bouncy castle, and when the plants grow inside, it'll inflate it. And then you you wait 26 months, the plants have a self-contained system inside of this damn bouncy castle, right? And then, people come, and there you go. Just have a zipper airlock, and boom, you have a freaking ecosystem right there. You've got free CO2 scrubbers, dude. Yeah, yeah, dude, just that inside a starship's payload bay. Heck, man, you could have a starship with a payload bay that's just a water tank. Send that there, boom, potable water. You have 1,000 cubic meters of water. That'll last you a long time. And if you're using scavenging systems, dude, like, this is doable. Site is showing it resumed at T-minus 54 minutes. Okay. How long do you think until someone replicates Raptor 3? Night. Raptor 3 is so far ahead of what everybody's doing right now. I would be surprised if somebody could replicate it at this point. I want a Starship Matryoshka. Hey, guys, these are all things that you could do. I want to remind everybody here. These are all things that you could do with the Starship that's flying in 4 months. Water would also act like a heat sink for both warmer, sustained in daytime and through solar heating. Dude, it's a really freaking good idea, dude. That's a really good idea. Orson, let's call Elon. We got a good idea on our hands. In 4 months, yeah. So Haltz, that's based off of an assumption that Starship V3, SpaceX said it's going to fly at the end of this year. Okay, I'm thinking January 2026, maybe late January 2026. So four months, maybe 5. I mean, they're building it right now. We've seen Raptor 3s at Starbase. This thing's getting made. It's not like some fever dream that like we haven't seen. We've seen pieces of it, like the engine over there on the right. Water's a good radiation shield too, much better than the ozone layer. I think it'd be very cool to lay a ship over and use the tank volume too. Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to do some wet workshop stuff, Bob, I would be wondering how you'd purge the tanks out. How you do a tank purge. But yeah, I mean, getting the gaseous methane out of there would be a little dangerous. Time to yell at the clouds again. Did it stop? P-Gamer, don't tell me it stopped. By the way, will the Block 3 booster have 2 grid fin designs? One with catch points and one without? Sputnik, I think all 3 grid fins on it will have the catch points just because what SpaceX likes to do is they like to take one thing and make a ton of it. Which is right. If you're serious about colonizing Mars, you're going to make a lot of ships. Mass production is part of your plan. That's part of your stakeholder expectations. Okay, P Gamer. Starships would still have some oxygen and methane remaining, which could be turned into water and CO2 for plants. Yeah. Not on Mars, it wouldn't. I mean, Aqualix, I'm kind of playing off the notion that you'd want to scavenge that methane. There's a lot of energy left in that gaseous methane. That's all I'm saying. Dude, you could take the gaseous methane, right? And SpaceX could develop a turbine generator. A turbine generator that generates electricity based off of scavenged ullage propellants. You could just plug it into the AP lines. You plug it into the check valve lines on the umbilicals on the ships. Holy shnikes. You mean a natural gas generator? Yeah, like a Generac, a propane generator that somebody would have attached to their house. That's a good idea, man. That's a really good idea. You know how much freaking gaseous methane, you know how much power you could generate doing that? I mean, SpaceX is hell-bent on putting solar panels on the surface of Mars, but dude, energy power generation is going to be at a premium, and you already brought all your stuff there. Just put a Generac on the side of this thing. Dude, better idea. Better idea. All right. Better idea. Right? Instead of putting the Generac on the side of the ship, you put the Generac in the ship. You put it in the ship. You have a Starship with a generator inside of the payload bay, unpressurized. It doesn't need to be pressurized. I mean, you could pressurize it if you want. And then a Starship, and the rest of the payload bay is just full of batteries. And then down at the umbilical, the power port that goes to Starship to charge the batteries, you just plug something into the power port on the umbilical. Where the ship quick disconnect connects. There's a power port on there. There wouldn't be that much left. You'd run out fairly soon, but combined with the Sabatier reaction, you could use solar to turn that water back into methane. Mars is already CO2 heavy. Draw in CO2 externally and funnel the O2 into compressed tanks. Now you have O2 to burn with and sustain. Brother, this is doable. Like, this is doable. This is very doable. Like, that's, once again, Starship V3, if it does it, you know, does what they did, does what SpaceX is going to do. Heck, this is, dude, this is doable without even on orbit refueling. You don't need to do any of that. 100 tons, you just send a direct trans-Martian injection. As long as you mitigate boil off of the header tanks, you're good to go. That's 100 tons to, well, not 100 tons to the surface of Mars. I'm thinking if you could do 100 tons to Leo, where's that Delta V map? Let's see. You'd probably put 20 tons down on the Martian surface, I'd say. Yeah, about 20 tons. Orson, what'd you say? Like, you need 9,400 meters a second to get into Leo, right? That's a 250 kilometer orbit. 3210 for trans-Martian injection, right? 1060 for Martian capture, 1440 for low Martian orbit, and 3800 for descent. But keep in mind, you're not circularizing around Mars, so it's just, and you're already on a capture, right? So if you do a direct descent using aerobraking, the Delta V is less than 3,800. The big price to pay would be the 3210 meters a second for the trans-Martian injection. Oh yeah, that's doable. Yeah, 20-30 tons. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Peer review me. Yeah, that's doable. 20 tons. You could do the greenhouse idea. You could do the generator idea. That gives you food. CO2, and power on the already on the surface of Mars. And if there's Optimus robots and stuff there to like actually tend to things, and the Optimus robot's pretty dexterous, it could do it. Brother, we're gonna you'll have a base all ready to go. You have water, you have food, water, and power in one transfer. I think you're forgetting how much O2 you'd need. Dude, you can pull it out of the atmosphere, man. And the plants from the greenhouse generated already. Stubby tonight or no? Your guess. No stubby. Not with a BSS 702. P-Gamer. No way. Not a chance this Falcon 9 has a stubby nozzle on it. Sounds like it makes more sense to send more ships and do no refueling at all. Space ignorant, that's really the point that I'm trying to get at. SpaceX says they're going to do refueling, right? Orbital refilling. And we know they need that for HLS, right? But if you can move 20 tons to the surface of Mars, I mean, that is a one-way trip. With orbital refilling, it's not a one-way trip anymore, right? But dude, you're going to need a ton of starships to be on a one-way trip anyway. Like, this is something that's doable. Like, SpaceX says they want to get stuff out there by the end of the decade. That is totally possible with V3 Starship. Like, that's not even like, well, you know, Elon time and stuff. Dude, V3 is flying 4 months at best. Pad's almost done, dude. That's absolutely doable. Bring algae first. Build a base out of O2 production with sustained colonies. Yeah, Orson, can you imagine if we sent the Starship on a one-way trip there? Some Optimus robots in it or something? And, or even no Optimus robots. You just create a self-contained ecosystem inside of the payload bay. And then have an airlock, right? So when we go to get there, right? You just get up in the airlock, boom. The inside of the Starship looks like the freaking jungle. What about dust storms? Solar is useless in this case. Solar storms can last the storms can last weeks or months. Marcon, dust storms on Mars make about as much wind as this fan. See the fan? This actually probably makes more wind than a Martian dust storm. There are other things to worry about. And that's why I'm saying, that's the reason, part of the other reason why I said having that scavenging generator to generate power on a Starship. Solar panels, you don't need solar panels. Dude, you could keep a Tesla battery pack with all the ullage propellants in there. You could keep a Tesla battery pack powered for a long time. Also, if you have Optimus with a broom will fix that. Yeah, entropy, you're right. Dude, that's a good idea, man. That's a really good idea. That's totally a thing. I'm pissed it delayed again. Oh. Sorry, that Tim's op-ed about like Starship mission theory crafted with the stubby HLS spurred this whole discussion. This is a good discussion. I like this. This is good stuff. We needed a good optimistic theory crafting space flight future awesomeness talking session. Yeah, exactly, Grab Shark. I know. Send half a dozen on a one-way trip with a handful of optimists. Build the infrastructure for sustainability. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. One with a greenhouse. One with just a bunch of water in it. Right? One with a bunch of optimists in it. One that, you have the optimists hook up all the check valves on all the starships into the one that has the generator in it, and have that one generate power, and then have Optimus hook up all the other starships. The other starships could just stay on indefinitely. Because once you land, what are you doing? You're powering the avionics. And then if it's a self-contained ecosystem in the one with the HVAC, it's not going to take that much power. And if you have batteries, you're good to go, man. Heck, dude, you could have a Starship with a bunch of solar panels behind the windows, right? Like, that'll work. Or just put windshield wipers on a Starship. And then blow all the dust off. Don't forget to factor in the weight of your cables. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's now. Yeah. Yeah, who would? No. Why would I do that, Aqualex? Clearly that works for NASA. Why would I do that? Archon is making a fair point, though. The force of the dust storm isn't the issue. The dark is. The Martian dust storms block sunlight and killed Oppie for lack of light. I understand that. Gas generator. Gas generators scavenging the ullage propellants on starships. If the tanks get evac'd, right? If you evac all the tanks, right, and you generate power and put them in Tesla batteries or something, you could also use your starships as wet workshops. You could use that tank volume for something. And if you scavenge the CO2 from the atmosphere, grow the plants on that, harvest the O2, and bio the plant matter into methane, brother. Dude, this is doable. Like, this is very doable. I never really thought about it. That's doable. I don't know if you guys know, that's doable. Yeah. Plus, with an inflatable plastic bubble, you could inflate it from the inside, which would knock dust off, then deflate it to retract it without the need to actually touch the panels. How many ships of each type would you send for redundancy purposes? Probably 2 greenhouse ships. 2 greenhouse ships, 2 power generator. Judge B converted a Prime sub to tier 1. Hey, thanks, man. Spit out solar panels like Starlink satellites and then connect them by like Optimus. I like it. I like it. Do you see how much, dude? 100 tons is no joke. Never mind exploring the lunar surface. I mean, like, we could do that. Like, easy peasy. But also, I mean, and you're going to, you know, the Starship HLS will use the same refilling architecture. With the Martian atmosphere, you could basically make unlimited fuel for the generator. Having both the generator and solar, you'd be set on power for a long time. Unreal, man. Like, dude, unlimited electricity. Like, well, not unlimited, but having electricity, food, and water. Whoever gets there is going to... You know, they're going to land and there's going to be a freaking castle there. When is the next Starship? Flight 11? I'd say about a month from now. Maybe less. Actually, yeah. You know, I say a month. Sorry, I had a hangnail, dudes. Sorry about that. I'd say less than a month. I'd say a month at the very, like, longest. Sometime in October. Also, they would need to send some vehicles that will build some kind of concrete landing pad, maybe. So, Mark-on, get this. I was reading a paper the other day about a rocket that has an extra injector manifold at the end of the nozzle. And it's so at the very end of the nozzle. So it's not really part of the engine. It's just like, think about it like an afterburner on a jet engine, but instead of spraying jet fuel in, it sprays aggregate mix. So when the lander comes down and the rocket, you know, goes to light its engine for the landing burn, it's spraying out basically concrete mixture that combines with the regolith and makes concrete. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're working on that, dude. I read a paper about it the other day. A rocket engine, dude. Why, dude? No. You trying to land and then trying to make your landing pad. No, you're thinking about that all wrong. Have the rocket make the landing pad when it lands. God, I love engineering. It's so good, dude. It's so fun. This is cool, man. They already scavenged O2 on the ISS by I know the word Aqualux. I know what it means. It earwormed me and I can't pronounce it. By pyrolizing, you idiot. The CO2 into O2 and CO. If you save 2 instead of dumping the CO, you can burn CO for power. Yeah. Yep. Do you know where you saw the paper? I would love to read it. Try NASA technical reports. Either that or I saw somebody posting about it on X. You drop a large-scale 3D printer use the regolith for printing. Yep, someone's working on that for the moon, Orison. There's a company working on that. That's a really good idea. A sinterer, right? You basically sinter the metals that are in the regolith, and you sinter, you make a house. Easy. Just make you a shelter. Use the engine as a torch to flash cook the bricks. I like that. Weird question. Roughly, how much does the ISS weigh? About 400 tons. How many times Starship capability would it take to launch? Volume, payload bay volume would be your constriction there, Wasp. You know, conceivably, you know, by payload mass, it would take 4 Starship flights to build something as high mass as the ISS. But see, here's the thing. 4 Starship V3 flights with 1,000 cubic meter payload volume, that's 4,000 cubic meters, right? That's a lot. The ISS takes up a soccer field, dude, or a football field. It's as big as a soccer or a football field. So you wouldn't be able to fit all the ISS stuff into Starship's payload bay. So the Starship would need a robotic arm, and it would still need to make the payload bay. It would still need to have like a shuttle-style payload bay and build the modules just like the shuttle did. But that's totally doable. That's totally doable. It took the shuttle, I think, 35 assembly flights, give or take. Yeah, or maybe it was 33 assembly flights. Starship could do 33 assembly flights. And you might be able to rope some payloads together. Like, you might be able to move 2 to 3 modules because Starship's payload bay is gigantic. You could probably fit 2 of the nodes in there. Like node 1, node 2, you could probably fit 2 of them in there. So it wouldn't take 33 flights. By mass, it would take 4. By size, yeah, probably a little bit more. Why not drop a boring company drill to tunnel down, creating a sustained cavern? Orson, I always said that they were going to do something like that. I could never prove it. But the way the boring company is working, dude, is that they're not like drilling a hole with the TBM, right? Drilling a hole down in the ground, dropping the TBM in it, and having the TBM bore. Boring company boring machines are designed to, you just put it on a trailer, point it in the direction that you want, tell it how far you want the tunnel to be. Like if it's going to dig a tunnel that's going to pop out somewhere. So like, all tunnels have some concaveness to them, right? Tell it how long you want it to be. And you set the trailer, just the trailer, down in the right direction. And this thing will just start and it'll just, it'll go into the ground and pop out the other side. Like hands off. You just tell it to do it. And then you walk away. And the next day come back, you got a tunnel. So, Orsa, that's a thing. Yeah, absolutely a thing. Last. Okay. Why bother? Just turn the 4 starships into the ISS. It just adds solars and radiators. Guys, personal opinion. I think that if Starship does what we think it's going to do, if it does all the stuff that we're saying and then some, having a dedicated on-orbit space station is going to be about as ridiculous as having a blimp be an in-flight refueling vehicle for airplanes. Right? Like you have a Zeppelin up there that just stays up there, right? And it just stays up there, and the only way to get to it is to like fly up there via a plane, and right? And then, have some type of VTOL that hovers, or have like a hanging helicopter pad or something. That seems ridiculous, right? I have a theory that if SpaceX has their way and that ends up being the meta for like how we fly in space, having a space station is going to seem as weird as doing that. Yeah, rarest for the most part. If they launched the Starship payload bay filled with a single expandable HAB module, could you imagine how much habitable volume they'll get out of that? Yeah, X-Wing, that's what Orson, a good buddy of mine, and an engineer, he was saying that in the other chat. Dude, that's smart, man. Yeah, you make a bouncy castle that's the size of a real castle. And just have it pop out of Starship when you get there. What's it going to do? Bounce and hit the ground and get damaged? It's a bouncy castle. The TBM fits in the payload bay. The Boring Company's small TBMs, Prufrock, that does fit. It fits. With the Block 2 one, it doesn't, I don't think. But with the Block 1, with the bigger payload bay, with the 1,000 cubic meter payload bay volume, it'll fit. If you need one, how about you take a couple of depot starships and wet workshop them? Dude, the potential is ridiculous here, man. You know, fellas, everybody's talking about, oh my God, what if China beats us back to the moon? Dude, all right. If they do that and they're successful and we do this and we're successful, brother, we're going to have a city on the moon. We have a city on the damn moon while they're just planting a flag. We'll have like a resort. China will be planting their flags, right? They'll be planting their flags and they'll be like, oh yes, we're doing very valuable research. And they'll go, they'll go around on their rover, which is probably copied from us, right? And they'll go over a hill and they'll see like a beach resort inside of a greenhouse bubble, inside of a dome, you know? Most decision makers are always way too short-sighted. Yeah. Spirit and Opportunity landed with bouncing castles. Yep, so did Sojourner. You're right, dude. It's not that's not the worst idea. You basically have a starship land, payload bay doors open, and then it pukes out this thing. It bounces around on the ground, and then it inflates and greenhouse. Done. By rover, you mean we bring a Cybertruck? I want to live in that world. I want to live in that timeline. I mean, we're close to that timeline, but that's the timeline I want to live in. Can we do this? I mean, the answer is yes, which I'm like, it is? Really? Really? All right. Wasn't Falcon going to land using a bouncy castle? I think that was a concept that they wanted to do at one point, but I don't think they ended up doing it. Dude, even V3, like, this is crazy, man. Yeah, Archie, I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. I think China is going to beat us, and then all the lawmakers and policymakers are going to be like, no, we can't have this, and then NASA's going to get a huge budget increase, and then that's the end of that. Like, that's a very American way of how that would play out. I don't know whether to be like ashamed of that or happy about that or whatever, you know, like, yeah, that sounds like us. That's what happened last time, you know. The question isn't can we, the question is will we? I mean, I think we will, Aqualex. Like, dude, 100 tons to Leo full reuse is really opening up the door for a lot of options. And that, dude, I'm just thinking about 100 tons to Leo with no refueling. With refueling, dude, I really hope that, and you know what? Bookmark this. It's September 11th, 2025. Great day. EJ said this. I really hope by the end of this decade, by 2030, people look at pods and say, what the hell? What is that? What are you doing? Pods? You know, pods? I think it'd be interesting to see how long it will take for the market to catch on. K2, I think, is the closest. K2 has the right idea, Rocket Guy, for sure. Really, Tessa, it will. Like, if the space shuttle was the de Havilland Comet, right? Starship could be the 707. And if it is, oh, baby. IMO, it was doable in 2023. Yeah, workings. It really is. Yeah. Just engineering takes time. What are you talking about, Ephemeral? There ain't no dooming in here. No doom in here. Brother, V3 is going to fly very soon. V3 is flying like 4 to 5 months. You know what? I've been saying 4. It's going to fly in 4 months, dude. January 2026, man. So, Ephemeral, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about this, dude. We did some rough napkin math. From the V2, Starship V2 booster to Starship V3, SpaceX, I mean, keep in mind, this is napkin math. SpaceX has shed 50 tons almost of dry mass. 33 of that in Raptors alone. No shielding, no non-integrated hot staging ring. 33 tons off of the Raptors alone. Raptor 3s weigh 1,000 or 1,100 kilos, which is 2,400 pounds. They weigh 2,400 pounds less than a Raptor 2. There's 33 of them. That's 33 tons of mass shaved off the booster. You take away another 10 tons of shielding, another 10 tons for that hot staging ring, take away another 2 to 3 tons for the fourth grid fin. You don't need that. Brother, 50-ton reduction in mass for the V3 booster. Holy crap. You know, what sparked this original question, dude, was that, you know, will V3 really be able to move 100 tons? If you take 50 tons off your first stage dry mass? Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, easily. V3 will explode how many times? Probably at least 3. I mean, if current patterns are a trend, Rocket Guy, at least 3. The question is quickly being taken away from politicians. The way Starship and Starlink is going, they're not going to matter. Please. 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 It does seem that SpaceX's R&D progresses more exponentially lately. Yep. Don't you put that on Ship 26. That thing's a piece of junk. If somebody will allow nuclear stuff to start flying, then maybe we'll be able to do this. If Starship gets a nuclear payload certification, Chris, you know the stupid clickbait things that you see on YouTube about game over, SpaceX win? That will be game over. Like, dude, Starship, 100 tons to Leo, fully reusable, human rated, nuclear certification. What is going to compete with that? What is going to compete with that? What, New Glenn? I like New Glenn. New Glenn's a good rocket. New Glenn can't compete with that. You're a piece of, hey. Imagine if that fusion engine works. Dude. Man, that's the future. That's the future we need right now. That's the future I want. I don't know about you guys. That's the future that I freaking want. That's gonna be freaking sick, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Interesting, Bill. You hear space lawyers worrying that the first to set up a nuclear reactor can then demand an exclusion zone from the United Nations, effectively allowing the holding of territory. And how many places on the moon have water? That's why the president wants to build a nuclear reactor on the fucking moon. Oh. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. See, I said that. When they announced, like, we want to build a nuclear reactor on the moon, I was like, what? Why? I mean, I'm not going to say no, but how are you going to do that? Brother, that shows that Sean Duffy at least knows what's going on in space. It's in some inkling. I mean, somebody is at the very least whispering in his ear. And you know what, man? That's fine. Please do that. Do it. Yes, you should. Yes, you should do that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Beat the Chinese or something. I don't care about that. Like, the nuclear reactor. Yeah, let's do that. UN controls the moon. Nah. That only matters if China cares to follow the UN rules. I don't see them doing that. Yeah. Yeah, Tessa, but then at least we could say, hey, you're breaking the rules. You're bad people. Like, you know, we like doing stuff like that. Prop load has begun. Yep. T-minus 30 minutes to liftoff. All right. Nusantara, Lima. We're hoping, dudes. When would the UN become the UNSC? I don't know if I want to live in that timeline, Lindprod. Do you want to live in that time? I mean, that means we get a Pillar of Autumn. That, you know, that thing is pretty cool. I do like that. Nusantara, Ligma. Oh, yeah. No. I don't know, Sea Kraken. I'm not really sure how that works. No flood, please. Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that. The pillar, she's been hit. I knew it. Keys is accelerating. He's going in manual. Yeah, let's not weaponize the moon. Yeah, Buzz, I don't want that. That would be too bad. So we got to find a way to weaponize it without weaponizing it. And building a nuclear reactor on the moon near all the water ice seems to be a very good way to do that. It's like, hey, well, yeah, you got to be careful. It's a nuclear reactor. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. I said it was dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. I told them it was dangerous. Oh yeah, no, we can't go near that. Yep. Yeah, we'll go near it, and we'll have a base there. And if you need water, you come and tell us or something. Yep. Reactor leak here. Very, very serious. You got to just give us a few minutes to lock it down. Launch a regular starship into orbit. Send a cargo ship with a nuclear engine with a ship adapter. Attach the nuclear engine to the engine skirt nuclear ship. I'm okay with this, Kai Fox. Boring conversation anyway. Wondering what your thoughts are on a person at school today that says he doesn't think we landed on the moon. That's a very lazy opinion to have. Yeah, it's a very lazy opinion to have. Here's the fun thing. One of the big reasons why we don't have fusion engines in space is because it was too heavy and expensive to send up prototypes. Well, I know where this is going. We've been doing fusion for a while now. The issue isn't doing it, it's containing it and converting it efficiently enough for it to be a worthwhile power source. Instead of a power source, you think of supercharging electric propulsion. Think of it as supercharging electric propulsion, though. That's a good idea. We should do that. What are we doing for after hours? I don't know. I'll think about it. If this launch keeps doing what it's doing, we're going to be here for a while. Please don't come near it. It's very, very dangerous. Yep. What about warp drives? Seem to work well on Star Trek. Got to figure out how dilithium works, you talk. Selling water on the moon wasn't something I had in the cards, but it makes sense. You know, that sounds like us history. That sounds like the U.S. Sounds like something we'd do. I mean, whatever. Finders, keepers? I mean, no, that's a violation of the 67 Outer Space Treaty. Really don't do something like that. It sets up an awful precedent. Trying to get that oil! Oil! Said anything about oil, chat? You cooking? Oil? 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 Come on, let's get out of here. Anyway. I mean, that sounds like it. Yeah, no, Acolytes, that's what I'm saying. McGregor testing? Oh, very nice. Nah, Tessa, I'm good. I was going to take the night off, dude. It's been a long couple of days. Chappelle Show was the best. It's one of my favorites, Dan. Guy bought aluminum tubes! Do I have to tell you what the frick you could do with an aluminum tube? Aluminum! Can we head over to Space Coast Live before the SpaceX stream starts? Hey. I don't tell you how to chat. Yes, I do. I was about to say, don't tell me how to stream. But yeah, we can do that. How about the game before Flame Trench tomorrow? I really wanted to play Kerbal tomorrow. And that's what I'm going to do.
Of course, you see in the top left, the team over at McGregor also keeps track of how long each of them are. So you can see what fired when and even, again, rewind back in the live stream to see them. And then to finish off the support queue here, Bideford with the $25 super chat saying, what are the odds we are launching tonight? Anyone have an idea?
Bideford, don't jinx us.
If I had an idea, I'd be buying lottery tickets, not watching launches.
That's a good answer.
I guess technically 50-50. It goes or it doesn't.
Yeah, workings for sure.
I think the most frustrating, but I guess technically true thing you could say.
Hey, Jay, do you think if the shuttle comes back, they actually make it work like a plane? Do you think they make it a passenger shuttle? How about transporting people to the moon? Shuttle can't move people to the moon, Chris. This is something that For All Mankind put out into the aether, and now everyone thinks it could do it, and it pisses me off. The shuttle would be really good at building something on orbit that could get people to and from the moon. Now, in terms of making a passenger shuttle, they looked into it. Yeah, they looked into just basically putting a school bus in the payload bay and sending it up there with a bunch of people basically riding passengers like an airliner in the payload bay. It was an idea that was discussed at the early part of the shuttle program, but they never did it. You know, if you're taking the shuttle out to the moon, the wings that are on it, the rudder, the landing gear, that's all stuff that you don't use at the moon. And that's all dead mass. That's just a waste. You're wasting stuff. The shuttle, with its payload bay, was designed to build vehicles in space. And those vehicles don't have wings or landing gear. They would have landing legs, and that would make it a lot easier, right? Attach the shuttle to Starship. I mean, yeah. Mank, you want to hear a weird theory craft? I had this in a dream. I dreamt this. I'm not even kidding. Hand on the Kerbal manual, all right? I had a dream that SpaceX brought the shuttle back. This was a long time ago. This was like 2022 or something. I forgot to tell you guys about it when it happened. I had a dream that they brought the shuttle back, but SpaceX took the shuttle, and instead of an external tank and boosters, they had a Starship. And the shuttle, where the Starship's payload bay is, was just the fuel tank for the shuttle engine. So the external tank was in the shuttle's payload bay. And this is how you know it was a dream, because that's not enough volume, right? So, you know, it launches, right? A Starship with a shuttle just piggybacked on it, right? It makes it all the way up into space, which, once again, you know that this is a dream. You don't have enough fuel to do any of this, right? Right? And then, you know, Starship separates, it does a once around, comes back and lands, and then the shuttle just does its thing. You're missing about 5 kilometers a second of Delta V doing that, but also it would be really cool.
And also, it has been for the past week or so. So if you are closer, you have a much better chance of seeing it.
Yeah, Lex, we might have to do that. We might have to go start flying the shuttle in Kerbal again.
And even
oh no,
whether you are north or south of the launch pad, which is nice because Falcon 9
unless you convert the shuttle to run off Methalox and then send it piggyback on a depot Starship. No, you just put the external tank on top of SN5. No, you'd need to put the external tank on top of super heavy. 20-minute event, let's go! Second stage fueling is getting ready to go. To be fair, the shuttle's wet mass was only 100 metric tons. So Starship plus super heavy. Dude. Make it in KSP? You want me to take my shuttle and its external tank and put a super heavy underneath the external tank and then boost super heavy back around and then land it back at KSC and then... See, okay, where the engineering... So the space nerd in me is like, hell yeah, let's do this. All right. The engineer, if there is one in here, there's a lot of voices up there. If there is one in there, you know, the engineering brain says, why not just make the shuttle into the second stage, which is essentially what SpaceX has done. This is what the shuttle could have been, right? That's what it could have been, dude. This concept reminds me of this. Dude. Yeah, Boeing be like, yo, hear me out.
Go at throttle up.
Hear me out. I mean, yeah. Hey, Tiger Fang, what's up, man? Listen to the voices. I don't know why I keep having the option to subscribe. Yeah, that's not an X-37. Those are XS-1s. Fellas, if math serves me left, these are like something analogous in thrust to like a Saturn V first stage or something. And literally, you know, you launch 3 of these piggyback, you know, one flames out, it separates, right? This one is running hydrolox, so that's like a SLS core stage, basically, right? That one runs out, that separates, and then it gets that up into space. That's your space shuttle. That comes back down and lands. Should build that in KSP. Ooh. It's an asparagus. It's a no, not an asparagus stage. It's more like a matryoshka shuttle. It's pretty cursed, dude. Look at that transporter erector. How you got it? Like, look at the TE. The TE looks so goofy. How many tons to Leo? I do believe this would have been about 25 tons to Leo. Probably a little bit less. Once again, flyback boosters, dudes. All these wings that you put on this, all this crap that you need to get one of these things back is wasted payload mass. This is the plight of the rocket equation. It's a big pain in the butt. And that's why I'm making such a big deal about the V3 super heavies, because SpaceX found a way to they're going to be able to do that with the V3 super heavy. They'll catch it. They can catch it. And they shaved 50 tons off of its dry mass. I mean, estimated. It is close to 50 tons. It's got to be. So that means V3 super heavies are going to be 250 tons dry instead of 300. That is not an inconsequential amount of mass reduction. That is a significant increase in delta V. Like, for your second stage. That's crazy. SpaceX stream started. Let's go, baby. Oh, dude, talking about this fired me up, man. I was having such a terrible day. Now I'm fired up, dude. Now I'm good to go. Let's do this. Let's watch some launches, dude.
FTS, go. ABI. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna run the ads now, dudes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. $50 tons, dude. Nah, JKK. October for the next Starship. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our launch coverage of
Hi,
the
Chris.
Nusantara Lima mission. I'm Chris Gebhardt with SpaceX Communications, joining you from Hawthorne, California. It's Thursday, September 11th, and you are looking at a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket awaiting its 9:56 p.m. Eastern Time launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Nusantara Lima will be the newest...
It's brought to you by Saturday Night Live, starring a piece of toast.
...capacity in Asia using very high-throughput satellite technology.
Sorry.
Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago, with many remote areas that are challenging to reach to provide internet. The Nusantara Lima satellite will be critical to providing essential connectivity across the country's more than 17,000 islands. We'll have more to share about today's payload in just a bit.
Look at the fairing pneumatic systems. See the tanks up there?
Right now, Falcon 9 is tracking no issues, and the Nusantara Lima payload is healthy. Weather is currently a watch item, with teams and weather officers keeping an eye on some clouds in the area, as we've had to do all week for our previous launch attempts. If for some reason we do have to call a hold on today's launch, we have a backup opportunity scheduled on the range in Florida for tomorrow at 7:58 p.m. Eastern.
A backup opportunity, you say?
For today's launch, the Falcon 9 team reported on console at T-minus 2 hours and 15 minutes and began their final checkout of the launch vehicle and ground systems. Final checkout of the flight termination system was performed at T-minus 1 hour 45 minutes, and the chief engineer conducted a technical readiness poll just before T-minus 1 hour. There, the Falcon 9 team completed a data review of first and second stage propellant checkouts, as well as avionics and guidance, navigation, and control.
I'm serious, hit the
At that technical readiness poll, there were no issues, and the team completed another poll at T-minus 38 minutes to proceed into propellant load and launch.
Yeah, right, know what they do.
We're expecting to finish up loading propellants onto Falcon 9 at about the T-minus 2 minute mark. So while the countdown continues, let's take a moment to learn a little bit more about the payload on today's mission.
Tower, we are go for launch, over.
From Sabang to Merauke.
Oh crap, it's got the B-roll footage. We gotta mute it because YouTube will get angry at us, because, you know, I could fart and somebody would claim monetization on my video of saying they made that sound. And I'd be like, nah. I used to love getting flushed. Every Saturday you'd be like, flush me, EJ, flush me. I'd be like, nah. Nah. Oh, you want me to do the voiceover again? Thousands of stories, melodies, and traditions to share with the world. Yet these voices remain unheard. Let me hear what the VO actually sounds like.
Island nation. Terrestrial networks cannot always reach.
Terrestrial networks cannot always reach. Between islands, signals fade. Information stops. Dreams wait in silence. That out of the way. Yet the sky holds the answer. Satellite networks. Limitless in reach, crossing seas and mountains, connecting what was once apart. Nusantara Lima, India's next giant leap. With With the largest satellite capacity in Southeast Asia, it brings digital services to every corner of the archipelago. It paves the way for powering the digital economy and standing as a symbol of our nation's technological progress. More than that, it bridges cultural differences across that word and opens a window for Indonesia to share its heritage with the world. Nusantara Lima, powered by PlayStation Network, Indonesia's leading satellite company, continuously ushering in the nation into the era of digital transformation. In the mission of carrying connectivity across borders, Nusantara Lima's reach spans across the archipelago to the Philippines and Malaysia. It was born from years of dedication, combining world-class expertise united in one grand vision and Boeing. From design to reality, every bolt, every circuit carries a story of perseverance and pride. This collaboration strengthens our sovereignty and places Indonesia shoulder to shoulder on the stage of global technology. Truck. From Los Angeles, the skybound Voyager traveled to the launch site. It awaits its moment to fly, carrying the hopes of a nation into the boundless sky. As engines ignite, Nusantara Lima lifts all of our dreams, breaking the limits of time and space. What the hell? Nusantara Lima, a great leap towards equal national connectivity. And a guy on a microphone. From the sky for the motherland, uniting us all for generations to come. Saturday Night Live, a PlayStation Network group. All right, cool. Chris, back to you.
Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket that stands 229 feet tall and at launch produces more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust from its 9 Merlin engines. Rockets like Falcon don't use all of that power just to go straight up. Early in flight, Falcon 9 will perform what's called a gravity turn, which is a smooth pitch that tilts the rocket sideways so it can build up horizontal velocity. You may hear this call out about 10 seconds into launch as vehicle pitching downrange. A couple of minutes into flight, once the first stage completes its portion of the mission, it shuts down its engines and separates. A staged rocket like Falcon 9 sheds the first...
I didn't. I just listened to the VO for a second, because when we did this before, I did it in the movie voice.
And there we just heard a call out from our launch team that we have begun thermally conditioning Falcon 9's 9 Merlin engines for ignition.
Drone ship's seen better days. Got some holes in it.
Back to the mission profile. After stage separation in flight today, the first stage booster will head for a landing on our drone ship, a short fall of gravitas. This particular booster is supporting its 23rd mission today. After stage separation, the second stage takes over, powered by a single Merlin vacuum engine, also known as the MVAC. And there we hear a good call out that we have finished loading RP-1 kerosene onto the first stage of Falcon 9.
Okay, so a little bit of deets on the mission. This is Nusantara Lima. It's a communications satellite for Indonesia. Nusantara Lima is a satellite that is replacing the Nusantara 2 satellite. Nusantara 2 launched on a Long March 3B in 2020 and it failed. So this is their replacement. This is these satellites are big. This is a BSS 702 and 702 Boeing Space Systems 702 sat bus. It is a gigantic satellite. It's about the size of a school bus. These are big geostationary satellites. We're pushing almost 7,000 kilograms if I'm understanding BSS 702s correctly. So the Falcon 9 flying tonight is the first. Well, they got two fairing halves there that obviously have been reused. They do reuse those things. The first stage flying tonight is Booster 1078 on its 23rd flight. This is Falcon 9's 532nd mission total and 114th mission this year. And Ghost Rider subscribed for 41 months. Hell yeah, dog.
A good call out there that the propellant tanks within...
It's rookie numbers. We got to pump up those numbers. Got to pump up. I'm not seeing enough movement. We got to have more movement. I'm not seeing enough movement.
Or the TE here in the next few minutes. The TE is the large truss structure that you see standing next to the rocket. It's hinged at the base and connected to the launch mount beneath the first stage.
What is SpaceX charging for flight style on reused boosters? Entirely speculation on my part, Mank. Probably as low as 20 million. 20 to 40 million. On the transporter missions, the rideshare missions, it's even lower than that. SpaceX will put a 100-kilo satellite up there for nothing. Like nothing. It's ridiculous. 60 million for a dedicated ride. But yeah, I mean, contractual services. So Falcon 9 is complex sales. So everything is done via contract, right? So everything is a la carte. So every mission may be different. Price is not fixed on Falcon 9s. That SpaceX just advertises 60 million as kind of a starting point.
Of the countdown. The TE.
They like Rocket Guy was saying, they still say 60 million on their site, but and it's entirely speculative on my part, but I'll bet you they get down to 40 with certain missions if it's a booster that's been reused a bunch of times, and if it's not going too far, like something to Leo or whatever, I'll bet you it's lower.
Engines and lifts off, the TE will perform a final throwback maneuver to help protect its systems for a rapid turnaround for the next flight off of this pad in the coming days.
Doesn't the BSS 702 have a history of failures? Yes, it does.
1 million pounds of propellant, including RP1 kerosene, of rocket-grade version of kerosene, and liquid oxygen that's chilled to over...
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
Here we go.
And liquid oxygen that's chilled to over 300 degrees below zero. And as we just heard there, we have wrapped up liquid oxygen loading onto Falcon 9's first stage. At this point, liquid oxygen is still being loaded into the second stage.
Are you going to play Borderlands 4? Jimmy, do you want me to play Wait, Borderlands 4 came out? Should I have known this? Came out today. Do you want to see me play Borderlands? I like Borderlands. I'll play Borderlands, but I didn't think that would be a game that you guys would want me to see. You guys would want to see me play.
This prevents thermal...
You had no idea it came out either. Oh, all right. So it's not just me, Jimmy. That makes me feel better. Okay. We should be getting to second stage LOX loading, completion here, and
coming up momentarily, we should hear a call out for the completion of liquid oxygen loading onto the second stage.
Chris, why you got to copy me, dude? What the heck's that about?
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
I just said this.
And with that call, Falcon 9 is fully fueled for liftoff 1 minute and 50 seconds from now.
My mic's a bit quiet relative to the video. Well, guess what? We can change that, baby. Oh, yeah, let's go. Mixer board.
That's actually condensation. As the liquid oxygen warms slightly inside of Falcon 9's tanks, some of that liquid oxygen boils off, and that gas is vented out to help maintain pressures inside the tank.
LOX tank first,
when the
RP
vented
tank
oxygen
low.
hits
Ground
the warm,
gas closeouts.
humid Florida air, it instantly condenses into clouds. And as you heard there, we are now performing ground gas closeouts.
Ground glass closeout.
All of the lines that just loaded all of that propellant into Falcon 9 to get them ready for liftoff today.
Chris is a good commentator. We like Chris. Be like Chris.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we will
go for startup. Chris, you stopped.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And with Falcon 9 in startup, Falcon 9's computers have taken control of the count. We should hear a final go,
yeah,
no
Chris
go
G
for
works for
launch call
SpaceX,
from our launch director in the next few seconds.
Launch director, go for launch.
Here we go. Let's do this.
And with our final go for launch and a good weather forecast here for the final 30 seconds, let's sit back and watch Falcon 9 take the Nusantara Lima satellite into orbit.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Pad deluge system is on.
T-minus 15 seconds.
10.
T-minus 10. 9. 8.
Sound suppression water
7,
system is on.
6. 5. 4. 3, 2,
ignition.
1. Engine full power and liftoff. Go SpaceX. Go Nusantara Lima.
Okay, we got a liftoff on this late Thursday night. Nusantara Lima, carrying the hopes and dreams of the Indonesian archipelago in the geostationary orbit. 20 seconds into the flight. Next call for power and telemetry at 45.
And at T plus 30 seconds, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. In just a few seconds, we'll start throttling down the 9 Merlin engines in preparation for max Q, the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is a critical moment during flight because the combined stresses caused by Falcon 9 accelerating through the atmosphere and the ambient static pressure are at their greatest.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There it is. They didn't call power and telemetry.
To help
Sometimes
go from
that
vertical
happens.
to horizontal, the first stage has performed a pitch kick maneuver. This maneuver, known as the gravity
Max
turn, gimbals Falcon 9's engines just a small amount to slowly turn the first stage so that it's going from straight up to a more horizontal orientation.
Okay, so max Q is maximum dynamic pressure. That's peak aerodynamic load being put on the vehicle. They throttle the engines on Falcon 9's first stage because at this point, with this atmospheric density, Falcon 9 can't move any more air out of the way fast enough. So the air starts to compress on the top of the vehicle. That can create a compression force. You do not want to crush your rocket and payload. So they throttle the engines back here. They are throttling, now that the vehicle's a little bit higher up in the air, they're going to throttle the engines back up. Coming up here in the next 40 seconds is main engine cutoff stage and stage separation. The 9 engines on the first stage will shut down. When they shut down, you'll have a brief period of no engines being lit, and then the second stage will separate from the first stage. We should get a good view looking up the business end of the second stage when that happens. After that, you get second stage ignition. Second stage engine, it's a single Merlin vacuum engine, will turn on, propelling the second stage further into space, and then after that, you get fairing separation after that. So here, we're coming up on stage set. Let's see what happens here. There's the shot up the business end.
Main engine cutoff.
Okay. Got a good staging. Upper stage ignition.
MVAC startup.
Boom, baby. There it is.
And there we had those 3 events in
Looking
quick
real
succession: main engine cutoff, stage separation, and the ignition of the second stage's MVAC engine.
What's up, Petrie? How you doing, man?
Coming up in just a few moments, we should hear a call out for payload fairing separation.
It's going to put it on geostationary transfer dead scum. A single Falcon 9, single stick.
Payload right now.
It's pretty good,
but once
man.
the stage
This is a
climbs
big
into the
satellite.
vacuum of space, those payload fairings are no longer needed, and they will be jettisoned.
Just going to move a little bit over here so you guys
Both
can see.
vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
This launched out of the
Confirmation
Cape.
there that both stages
Out of the
are
Cape-ish.
following the planned flight path today.
There's the fairing. Watch, it'll... There we go. Good fairing separation right there. You can see the moon.
And confirmation of payload fairing jettison, which you just saw there on your screen.
I haven't seen one in a long time,
Now,
Jim.
we will be attempting to retrieve these fairing halves once they fall back to Earth
There you
with
go,
our
P-Gamer.
recovery vessel, Doug, which is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah,
Coming up
man,
in
of course.
just under 3 minutes, we'll have the entry burn of the first stage booster. That should last roughly 20 seconds. At the start of that entry burn, we will relight 3 of the Merlin engines on the first stage in a maneuver that's similar to pumping the brakes to slow the vehicle down as it passes back into Earth's dense lower atmosphere. The entry burn will help reduce the heat generated from friction with the atmosphere and reduce the overall aerodynamic forces acting on Falcon 9's first stage. All of these things help maintain controlled flight and also help prepare the vehicle for the landing burn.
So, Mank, the fairings do go... They do that. They're actually pneumatically actuated. So when the fairing does separate, if you notice, one of the fairing has rods on it. Those are pneumatic piston. Think like an airsoft gun or something. And each payload fairing has 3 composite overwrap pressure vessels on them. kind of right on the center of mass of the payload fairing, so they're kind of up a little bit higher. And when payload fairing jettison happens, they open them up and the pneumatic rods push the fairing out to the side. The reason why it's a rod is so it guides the fairing away and then back. But most fairings use RCS to separate, guys. It's a pneumatic system. And that's what made it so easy for SpaceX to actually make their fairings relatively retrievable. The fairings already have RCS on them. The RCS is just pointed at each other, right? So what SpaceX did was just put more RCS on it so they could actually control the heading of the fairing and then put parachutes on top of their tankage, right? Or put a parafoil on top of the tankage. So when the fairing goes through reentry, it deploys its parafoil and then it starts flying around. And then it lands like a seaplane out in the water. And they actually, SpaceX has a boat with a huge crane and actually just pull the fairing and the parachute up out of the water so they can reuse it again.
Coming up shortly.
Yes, it does make that noise. It makes the noise. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like RCS going on.
Left-hand side of your screen and Falcon 9 second
the best part of my day.
Orbit on the right.
Nay? Supersonic. Oh, there it is. Supersonic retro propulsion.
And there we can see Falcon 9 performing.
Chris, I got this. So what Falcon 9 is doing there is it's slowing itself down. It's slowing itself down using its engines. But the engine's exhaust is also the heat shield. If you notice, Falcon 9's first stage is going pretty fast at a pretty high altitude. It does go through reentry. In fact, you're going to see a little bit of reentry happening here. Oh, of course they cut the camera. It fires the engines to keep the entry heating away from the vehicle. The engine exhaust actually becomes the heat shield. See, there's some reentry heating. It's not a lot. Most of it was pushed away by the engines. So Falcon 9 isn't just using that to slow down. It's used as its heat shield. Thermal protection system is the rocket exhaust. Now, I know what you're going to say. EJ, the rocket exhaust is hot. What do you mean using it as a heat shield? No. The rocket exhaust is hot, but reentry heating is hotter. It's not about being super cold. It's about being less cold. Now, the grid fins are getting a little scorched right there, but they're one-piece cast titanium. They can straight up resist the heat. It's not a big deal. The entry burn is called supersonic retro propulsion. It's the best part, man.
Now performing the final maneuvers to enter the desired orbit.
There's the lights from the drone ship right there. See them?
Is now transonic approaching the drone ship.
It's less hot, yeah.
Should be popping it.
I've done it a lot, Workings. What was that?
The first stage booster is headed for the shortfall of Gravitas drone ship stationed in the Atlantic Ocean.
Buddy just said something on the comm. I've never heard that before. I didn't hear it.
To shut down its engines after achieving the initial parking orbit today.
I've heard enough. Put mini thrusters on Starship TPS. They've tried. They're going to try it. Snibbles. Transpiration cooling is what it's called. There's the landing bird start.
At the same time, Falcon 9's first stage reigniting.
We have Seco right there. Second stage engine cut off.
Landing burn as stage 2's MVAC engine cut off after reaching orbit.
Boosters coming down over shortfall of Gravitas. Landing leg deploy. Grid fins locked.
Nominal parking orbit insertion.
Got a good call for good orbit and. Should be getting a call for good touchdown there. Ooh, little shaky.
And Falcon 9
little shaky, but she good.
On the shortfall of Gravitas drone ship.
Little shaky.
Just as it was touching down, we also had confirmation that stage 2 is in the correct orbit.
Yeah, baby.
So with that, we now have roughly 14 minutes of coast as the second stage moves to the point in its orbit to do its next burn, which will send the Nusantara Lima satellite into a geosynchronous transfer orbit. The start of that second burn should come at around the T+22 minute mark. We'll be back to cover that and show that and be here with you. But for now, let's enjoy some space tunes, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
So right now, Falcon 9 second stage is in a parking orbit. They're 27068 at 154. Good number. The engine's going to fire again in about 15 minutes. That's the moon, like Chris said. And they're going to push this thing. They're going to push the high point in the orbit up to about, 23,500 miles that way. That's a geostationary transfer orbit. I just want to point out how absolutely absurd it is that a single stick Falcon 9 is doing geostationary transfer insertions with a 6,000 kilo payload. That satellite is huge, guys. A BSS 702 sat bus is gigantic. Nope, there's lightning. A BSS 702 is huge. That's a big stage, about the size of a school bus or just a bus. It's gigantic. And a single stick Falcon 9, like these are payloads that SpaceX originally envisioned Falcon Heavy to do. Single stick Falcon 9 with a downrange drone ship landing is doing this no problem, which is impressive. Yeah, not expendable. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hey, I can see Minmus. Just, shh, don't tell them about that. Great mission. Good stuff, dudes. Good stuff. Yeah. The Earth is over here. It's just dark, but there's some lightning going on. Yeah, Petrie, they dialed it in, man. And Petrie, what we were talking about a second ago is, dude, they're going to do it with Starship, and Starship is going to be, like, good. Plymouth Superbird, good. And Petrie, I know you know, we got that Mopar connection. Plymouth Superbird, good. You know what I mean. It's going to be that good. Like, so good it should be illegal. It's going to be like Plymouth Superbird good. Not Coronet Super B, not Dodge Daytona. Plymouth Superbird good. It's going to be sick. I mean, Bill, they dialed it in. And that's what I mean, dude. SpaceX's industrial might is absurd. It is absurd. Like, it's getting to absurd levels. SpaceX just dropped casual $17 billion on cornering DTC satellite frequencies. Like, just direct-to-cell satellite frequencies. They just dropped $17 billion. SpaceX had $8.5 billion of cash on hand for that deal. You know, Bill, Bill, you remember, you were here for this. Do you remember, dude, like 10 years ago when everyone's like, oh my gosh, can you imagine what SpaceX would do if they had a blank check? Can you imagine if they had SLS's budget? Bro, Starship has more than SLS's budget right now. In fact, the Starship program is making SLS's budget look small. Like, blank check. Dude, the SpaceX ain't some small startup company with like 1,000 employees. No. It is a 15,000 strong industrial army hell-bent on colonizing Mars. That's dope. It's awesome. It's freaking great, man. Oh, sick, dude. I can't believe it. It makes me so happy. It's so cool. Oh, it's so good, man. I love it. So they're putting a horn in Starship? Yeah. No. Thunder Goo Goo Falcon Bird. Wouldn't be surprised if the final version of Starship could do 300. Oh, that would be something, man. Starlink is a blank check. Dude, it is. Especially when you think of the finances in the early days of Falcon. Yeah. Can you believe that? Oh, this is good stuff, man. Electromechanical jazz, man. Do we know what those flashes were on Earth? Workings, it's lightning, dude. It's lightning. Look where they are. They're in the south, well, not South Atlantic, but that's where all the storms go. Storms go off over here. And hurricanes and storms, tropical storms go this way. It's just lightning. It's just lightning out over the ocean, dude. It happens. I hope so, Chris. That'd be cool. They were, yeah, it was thunderbolts of lightning. It was very, very frightening. Falcon 9, Falcon 9, Falcon 9, Falcon 9, Falcon 9 deployed the links. The Starlinks. Do you know the approximate cost to make one Starlink satellite? Nah, that would be hard to extrapolate. Petrie, you have Viasat and it sucked. One TV would create overage charges every month. My Starlink saved me hundreds each month. Good, man. Viasat sucks. I hate Viasat. Linux, thanks for the raid, man. That's what I was saying before. With Starlink expanding exponentially, Starship being funded by Starlink, and SpaceX's stated goal to bring 100 tons to LEO, does anyone in their right mind think Starship won't hit 100 tons? No, dude. I'm in full agreement, dude. We are in 100% concurrence. That's happening. And the point that I was trying to make, dude, is that's happening, and we should start thinking about and make sure we understand just exactly what that means, dude. 100 tons, one shot, 9 meter, let's say an 8 meter payload bay, right? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. The applications are endless, dude. I don't know about V2 Starlink, but I know SpaceX has got it to less than 1 million per satellite sometime last year. Crazy. Kind of surprised Teslas don't have Starlinks in them. I mean, you know Tesla's thinking about that, Ari. You know they're thinking about it. Single launch inflatable habitats. This is my favorite SpaceX space tune. They have 5G. That's all they need for V3 Starlink. Holy crap, Space Gnome, you're right. Dude, you're right. Dude, that just doesn't mean that your smartphone's gonna have 5G anywhere. Your Tesla will have 5G anywhere. They need to make bigger payload bay doors, Chris, but they're working on it. Yeah, Ari, I kind of do too. With the direct-to-cell SATs, cars can just keep their cellular modems. Dude. This is some real game-changing stuff. I don't know why, but like I had a feeling, but like that this was gonna be a big deal, but like the scope of this is just crazy, man. It's crazy. Like, who the hell thought of this? Like, well, we know the answer to that, but high-speed gaming in the Tesla while it takes you to work sounds kind of nice. This guy is Elon's like single-handedly manifesting Star Trek into this timeline. Like, it's not single-handed. I get it. It was kind of hyperbole on my part, but seriously though. New Glenn is made for high reusability ship watching. Yes. Yeah, Fluffy. I mean, I'm kind of worried about that, but yeah. I don't know about Star Trek. More like Star Trek tech, but you get the idea. Yeah. Would also work with Optimus DTB direct to bot. Yeah, Andrew, you could tell Optimus to go mow the lawn for you, and just, I don't know why you'd want to do that. Why do drugs when you could just mow the lawn? I love mowing the lawn. It's like one of my favorite things to do. Like, in terms of house chores. Mowing the lawn's fun. It's great. It's great. I love lawn. Nice shot from the port cams. So I don't know if this is possible, but can New Glenn do like a boost back burn and land on land? I think they have that capability, but I think that a lot of New Glenn's payloads will require landing on Jacqueline, the landing platform vessel. Optimus, cook me some dinner. Dude, seriously, P Gamer, like, dude, you. Like, I'm no, like, super hype beast tech bro, dude. Like, but, I mean, I've seen Optimus serve people like popcorn and stuff. It's clearly that it has the dexterity to cook dinner. Like, it could do that. It could throw a TV dinner in the microwave for you. Yeah, sure, no problem. And tell the microwave to do it. And if you have a smart microwave, it could just beam its thoughts to it, right? Like, we should be coming up here. It looks like we have updated telemetry. It's 26/7/22 by 232. So that's a reacquisition of signal through Gabon here. We should be getting up onto the SES-2, second stage engine start 2, and geostationary transfer insertion happening here in a moment. Does it seem off that we're still waiting for New Glenn Flight 2? Moist, I have a theory, and I don't mean to disparage Blue. I love Blue. I really think they're doing good things as well. I know I'm fanboying about SpaceX, but when New Glenn launches, I will fanboy about that too. Like, I like rockets. That's who I am, right? With all that being said, I firmly believe that Blue entirely meant to land that first stage on New Glenn Flight 1. I think reusing that core was part of their strategy for ramping up. Case in point, they have now tested the New Glenn Flight 2 second stage and the New Glenn Flight 3 second stage. Oh,
I'm back, startup.
And there we have good call out of the ignition of the MVAC engine.
So we've seen a lot of second stages and not first stages.
On today's flight. The first burn started about
Zing, what's up, dude?
2.5 minutes into launch and lasted for about 5.5 minutes until we reached our initial orbit, which we call a parking orbit. The burn taking place right now will place the Nusantara Lima satellite into its needed geosynchronous transfer orbit for payload deploy. Let's watch and listen in for confirmation of shutdown and a good burn.
Rocket Guy, what else could it be? Hope isn't a tactic. Of course, they can hope for that, but they better not have been banking on it. I really think they were, dude. That was a full... That wasn't like
some... shutdown.
Okay. Shutdown 33064255. That looks good.
Confirmation that the MVAC engine shut down.
Stand by for the call for nominal orbit. Should say nominal transfer.
For the next 7 minutes, we'll be in another coast before we reach
nominal orbit insertion.
Before we reach deployment of the Nusantara Lima satellite.
Good.
And there was confirmation that we are in the proper orbit for payload deploy. So with that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes at about T plus 27 minutes.
What else could it be, Rocket Guy? Unless they found something really wrong based off of flight data from that first stage. But the thing is, dude, is that stage had landing gear. It had all the HPUs. It was a working It had all the RCS, all the wing surfaces, all the the deflection wing surface. That was a fully working first stage. I entirely dude. I think they were thinking they could get it back. What happened to that stage? The Blue Origin New Glenn first stage, GS1, bottom of the ocean, man. Blue is still suffering from scaling issues and stretched too thin. They recently let go of their entire research and development department. RIP. Yeah, Rocket, I like I said, I firmly believe, yeah, look at that, solid oxygen. I firmly believe that they wanted to get that first stage back. They entirely banked on it. Because, dude, at the end of the last New Glenn cast, Ariane Cornell was up there and she was saying, look, we got another stage right there ready to go for a flight. What happened? She said it was going to be ready in a couple of months. That was 8 months ago. They laid off 1,000 people not a week after Flight 1. Oh, the solid oxygen came off. So they're purging out the engine here with helium to make sure that it doesn't rust from the inside out, because you don't want to leave liquid oxygen in the motor. Yeah, Aqualex, I'm not really sure why you would stack your R&D team, but they may have overextended, guys. It's just my opinion that Blue expanded way too quick. Yeah, great minds, ship. I hope not. Seriously, I really hope they're doing good things. I really hope for the best. But R&D team as in new projects or concepts. Oh yeah, you don't need that, dude. They got their hands in the pie all over the place. Blue is trying to diversify as much as possible. They have lander contracts, launch contracts, NASA payloads to send up. They're working on all different types of propellant, propulsion research. They really do. They're working on Blue Ring. They got all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. The heck, that looks like a leak. It's just an engine purge, dude. Don't worry about that. What is this?
To extend reliable connectivity to classrooms, clinics, small...
Okay. Yeah, like I said, man, I firmly believe they wanted that first stage back. That's a BSS 702, guys. When I say it's the size of a bus, I mean it's the size of a bus. The thing is huge. Grid, you should watch these more often. So cool to see this live. Anytime there's a rocket launch, dude, I'm usually here. Except for the ones that are really, really late at night. Then I'm not here. I stood next to that sat going into the thermal vacuum chamber. All right. 702s are beautiful monsters. Yeah, when they work. Sorry. Gotta love the Hall effect. Yeah, those are big Hall effect thrusters, dude. If you look at Blue's origin, I've seen Blue's campus at Kennedy. Yeah, they're doing good things, and I've just, yeah, like I said, man, that is a huge chunk of solid oxygen, man. They purged down the engine completely. Ouch, but true. I mean, they're great. They're good sats when they work. Yeah, I mean, Blue's clearly having some trouble. Like they said, they wanted to fly 6 times this year. Yeah, hey, man, I don't know if that's like Dunning-Kruger or something, thinking you're going to scale to 6 flights. You know, like you think you can just do what Falcon 9 does? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's them thinking that or if they genuinely ran into some problems or what. Like, the best thing I can come up with, dudes, because they're so secretive about everything, is that they wanted to get that first stage back. If they get that first stage back, they'd be at least 2 flights deep at this point, at the very least. No, Aqualex, it's detestable behavior, and I like, and I'm very pro capitalism, and I don't like that. That's stupid. It's detest. It's not like, come on, man. Gross. Oh, there we go. There's deploy. Nusantara Lima is free flying.
Nusantara Lima is flying free in it.
Why does Chris say exactly what I say? That just makes me seem weird.
Fully by Falcon 9 today. And also getting a good view of sunrise as Falcon 9 circles the Earth after lifting off in darkness from Florida. But with confirmation of payload deploy, that will bring an end to our live launch coverage. As always, we want to thank Pacific Satellite Nusantara for entrusting us with today's mission, as well as the Eastern Range and the Federal Aviation Administration for their support. A big thank you to all of you for joining us for today's mission. If you're interested in more launch coverage, head on over to spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information. When you're there, make sure to check out our new departure board as well, featuring our upcoming launches with details such as mission
fired.
Name,
They're turning the cameras
site,
towards the
and
satellite.
liftoff times. Also, remember to follow SpaceX on X.
Bro, look at this picture. No, Chris, don't cut the Chris. It'll be fine, Aqualex. T plus 2425. The recirc line, it does glow, Phil. That's a thing. No, ship watching. New Glenn going slow off the pad on the first flight was just yeah, I think they just had the boosters tuned down a little bit. I think they just had them tuned down. Like, you never, like, it's one of those things. You're never going to know exactly how it works until you actually put it on the pad and send it. So they put it on the pad, sent it, and they clearly learned something because they haven't flown since. You know, like, clearly they learned something. What happens to the stage after payload separation? Good question, Mark. So what happens is, so that's in a geostationary orbit. Here, I'm gonna go to Paint, dude. I'm going to MS Paint. I'm gonna draw you a diagram. It's gonna be awesome. Think it's like the whiteboard. We go 10, 12, 48 height, and we have to hit Canton, and we have to hit it hard. All right, anyway. So you have Earth right here. Falcon 9 just put that thing into a geostationary transfer orbit. So that orbit looks something like this. Right? With the highest point of the orbit at geostationary, and the lowest point, or perigee, so this is apogee up at geo, and perigee down here. The low point is probably less than like 200 kilometers. So what's going to happen to that stage? 200 kilometers is low enough to start getting into Earth's atmosphere. It's low enough to have, well, to basically start re-entering. So that second stage is going to go all the way around, and then it's going to come back, right? And when it gets here, it's going to start hitting the atmosphere. It's going to do what's called aerobraking, Okay? So basically, it's skirting the upper parts of Earth's atmosphere. That's not enough to make it re-enter. But what it will do is it'll lower its AP. So it does, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 more orbits. And every time it gets to the low point around 200 kilometers, it's going to skirt the atmosphere. It's going to slow down. Slowing down in spaceflight, slowing down at the low point of your orbit is going to lower the high point of your orbit. Right? So each time it skirts the atmosphere, it aerobrakes is what it's called, because you're using aerodynamic forces to slow down. Its high point is going to get lower and lower and lower and lower and lower and lower until it eventually goes suborbital and re-enters. Yeah, no part of the stage is going to come back down. That's how SpaceX disposes stages for geostationary missions. If it's a Starlink mission or something, your orbit's something like this, right? They'll just turn the stage backwards and retro brake, and then it'll just come back down. Does that help? I'll have a nap. Then fire the missiles. Hey, Jay, hope everything is good. What can you tell me about this week? No me gusta la semana, amigo. No bueno. But the rocket launches were good, dude. The stage is being brought down in the Pacific, not far off Central America. Are they going to do a deorbit burn? I mean, if the thing coasts out to apogee, to the high point, and retro burns, it'll do it after one shot. They could dispose of it. If NSF says they're going to dispose of it, then they're going to dispose of it. That's how they've done it in the past. Cool, yeah, Mark. Dude, you can ask me a question anytime, man. I'm right here. In fact, tag me. I like talking to you guys. Twitch chat, I don't know. They kind of smell. They're kind of smelly over there. YouTube chat, though, you guys smell great. Congratulations on all your success. You smell terrific. Twitch chat, you don't smell. I'm just kidding. You sure that's not your upper lip? No, I shaved. No flavor saver. Rude. I thank you. I just mowed the lawn and I smell like grass. A chat sniffer. Chat sniffer. Chat sniffer. That's weird. All right. 96% sure you heard there's a deorbit burn. Sean, I'll be honest with you. They did that aero braking thing for the longest time. If they're actually... Okay. I don't think Alex is wrong, and I'm not doubting NSF. In fact, I think NSF is right. What I showed you guys, what I showed Mark, what I just showed you a second ago, that's the old way they're doing it. SpaceX changes this stuff all the time. So sometimes I go to explain it and people are like, no, that's not what they're doing. I'm like, dude, that's what they've been doing for the last 10 years. And people say, no, right? If I want to point out the absurdity. So Mark, what I'm over in YouTube, what I mean is that if they do a deorbit burn, so if that stage goes all the way out to geo, turns backwards and fires its engines, if you fire your engines retrograde at apogee, you're going to lower your perigee. So instead of having that apogee being in a spot of aero brake, they could lower it enough to where the lowest point in the orbit is like 20 kilometers off of Earth. And that second stage will just re-enter. It'll just re-enter after one shot. The crazy thing about that is, and this is the reason why SpaceX doesn't, never they just had it passively kind of deorbit and crash over like since forever, is because Falcon 9 actually has the performance. They've squeezed so much power out of that thing that can actually do a deorbit burn from a geostationary transfer insertion. The fact that they've done that is absurd. The fact that we're launching 6 metric ton satellites to geo with a single stick Falcon 9 is absurd. That's not a thing. A payload like this 5 years ago would be Falcon Heavy. A payload like this, man, maybe not 5. A payload like this 10 years ago. Well, Falcon Heavy's first flight was in 2018. So let's say a payload like this 7 years ago would be a Falcon Heavy mission. But Falcon 9 has gotten so good at what it does, and they've squeezed so much power out of it, and the design has matured so much that they can yeet 6-ton satellites into GTO with a single stick Falcon and do a drone ship landing and reuse the fairings. That is a capability that was unfounded like 10 years ago. That's nothing. You know, that people would have been like, nah, that's impossible. You're never going to do that. Hey, Wharton Salt, thank you for the raid. You're catching me at the very end of the stream. What's up, Raiders? How you doing? It's because we're gamers. Everyone knows you can't be spec'd into both gaming and hygiene at the same time. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's crazy, man. What a monster that thing is, dude. They have that thing dialed in. Does SpaceX still do graveyard orbits? SpaceX doesn't really shoot stuff off to geo so much. They shoot geostationary transfer rares, so they don't really do graveyard orbits much anymore. Raiders, there's a lost ark around here? I don't know. Wharton Salt, thank you for the raid. What were you up to, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. We just got done watching the Nusantara Lima Falcon 9 launch. I don't know if you guys realize that. I like spaceflight things. They're pretty good. I told Drummer to turn down the Nightbot stuff, Dan, over in the YouTube chat. We can do it some other time, Ship. I'm running out of time over here. And trains and cars. Yeah. I'm going to surf a bit before bed, catch you later. All right, Petrie. Ark. Well, yeah, but you know, what kind of men do we got working on Starship? Top men. Ah, yes, I'm an Italian channel. It's 4 a.m. here. Almost everybody's asleep. Huh. Oh. I don't know how to say for the raid in Italian, but grazie. Grazie, amico. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, man. What were you up to, dude? I mean, it's late. If you want to go to bed, you let me know. I'm trying to talk to you. I don't know you. Like, I want to, what were you playing? Thank you so much for the raid. It's pretty late in Italy. Yeah. Yeah, it is late over there. Add airplanes to that list. Yeah. It's a trick. Get an axe, huh? YouTube chat is saying, grazie per il raid. That sounds right. Anyway, I play a lot of Kerbal and hardcore Minecraft. Don't worry, stop whenever you want. It's an order. Okay, right on. Oh, you're another Kerbal player. Oh, well. I will be giving you a follow then. I will be giving you a follow, sir. Right on, man. Thank you. Thank you for raiding. I appreciate it. Grazie a tutti. Yeah? You know, my grandma's from Italy. She's not around no more. From Parma. Yes, very nice. Feel like I should be talking with your hands? Why, Hellfish? Why? So what's that about? Why you got to talk with your hands, huh? Man, we're getting raided left and right. Legend Weaver, thank you for the raid. You're near Parma. All right, man. Hell yeah. Forza Alfa Romeo. No, Forza Ferrari. Forza Ferrari, macchine grande, campioni del mondo. Famous on Venus training live for crew cabin and in today's video they showed us a video of extreme turbulence and I just 154'd everybody and it was funny and mostly it's because of you, so thank you. Hell yeah, Famous, that's what I'm talking about. What's the plan for tomorrow? Kerbal, Flame Trench, and Racing. Do you despise Domino's pizza as an Italian? I don't mind Domino's. It's American pizza, dude. American pizza and Italian pizza are not the same, man. They're not the same. I like your funny words, Magic Man. All right. Hey, Wharton, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Go to bed, dude. Go to bed. It's late. I don't mind Domino's. It really doesn't bother me. In fact, I think it's kind of good. It kind of reminds me of it's kind of like Sicilian pan pizza or like Calabrese pan pizza, but it's not. But it kind of reminds me of that. It's close, but it's Domino's. It's American pizza. That's different. It's different stuff, dudes. Chicago is not the same as NYC. No, and New York City pizza, I'd say thin crust pizza is the closest that you're going to get to like the northeast part of the U.S. where I'm from. That's where most of the Italians that emigrated over here ended up in the Northeast. That's, Philly, New York City, Boston. There's more Irish people in Boston, but doesn't matter. I mean, that's the closest to Italian pizza, but it ain't Italian pizza. You want real Neapolitan pizza, go to Napoli. The pizza is amazing. Really good. Chicago's the best non-New York pizza. I'm a fan of Detroit style, dude. I like Detroit style pizza. So, Nello, I call it that, but I don't think the Calabrians know what that means. In the U.S., Sicilian or Calabrese style pizza is like a pizza that's made in a baking sheet. So like if you look up Detroit style pizza, like search Detroit style pizza, that's what it looks like. It's pan pizza with very, very, very very fluffy dough, because like with Detroit style pizza, you leave the dough out for a long time, you allow the dough to rise more. You don't do that with New York style pizza. New York style pizza, you take it out of the freezer, you put some flour down on what's called a spit, right? And you spread the dough and you do that. That's New York pizza is like the guy tossing the dough up in the air going, that's New York style pizza. So I did this. Like I said, worked in a restaurant, dude, making New York style pizza. You spread it like this, right, with your hands, and you basically cake your hands in flour, right, and you make a circle, sauce on it right away, cheese right on it, on the spit, and you slide the spit into the oven. Now, Detroit style pizza is a little bit different. You let the dough rise, and then you cake the baking sheet with olive oil, and then you spread the dough in the pan after it's risen. Spreading the dough in the pan, you push down on it. You don't spread it with your hand. If you spread it, you're going to break it. It's not Chicago style, Nello. No. Chicago style is more like a casserole. So here, let me show you. I'll show you Detroit style pizza. Oh, woof. Now I'm hungry. That's Detroit style pizza. It's made in a sheet in a baking pan, and the dough is super fluffy because you let it rise more than you would with New York style. There's no such thing as deep dish in New York. You can get deep dish in New York, but that's not the style of pizza there. Chicago style is amazing. I like Chicago style. I'm a fan of Detroit style, dude. Chicago style is like this, but so with the Detroit style pizza, you have sauce, cheese, and then more sauce on top with more cheese. The Chicago style pizza has no sauce. So it's dough, cheese, and then sauce on top. It's flipped. That's the Chicago style pizza. I don't know who came up with that. Didn't Detroit style start in auto factories? That sheet size was part trays for the assembly lines. That's part of it, yeah. They used, because those were cheap baking sheets, but yeah. New York $1 pizza is best pizza. Yeah. Yeah. You're not a fan of Detroit, Evan? Come on. EJ's Italian Pizza Review. Yeah, you think Dave Portnoy's good at this? I'm good at this, man. I've worked in pizzerias like since I was 15. I mean, granted, the last time I worked in a restaurant or pizzeria at all was 2013. So it's been a while, but you don't forget how to do that. I'm Italian. You know, I'm Italian American. You don't forget how to make pizza. Okay, that's not a thing. That is not a thing at all. You don't forget how to do that, dude. You should top 5 best American pizza places. Oh. Have you gotten a pizza oven for your house? Yeah. The grill. The grill is good enough. Not hot enough? I mean, you say that, but you'd be wrong because I've cooked pizza on the grill. You just turn the burners all the way up, dude. You can do New York style on a grill. It's doable. You'd have some trouble with pan pizza. You need the oven for that. I've done some pizzas from scratch. Fun, but hours of work. Making dough takes time. I mean, you got to put it in the fridge. You got to just let it sit there for a little bit. Are you a big fan of frozen pizza? No, not really. Do a pizza tour after you get the coronet all fixed up. All right. All right. Chicago style equals somebody realized they were out of lasagna noodles and supped in pizza crust. Diners, drive-ins, and dives. I feel like there's another Italian-American man that does that already. Drives around a vintage muscle car and goes to different restaurants eating food. I'm pretty sure someone's already done that. He'll be in the next Happy Gilmore. Underrated comment, man. Your heritage is from Parma, though. The food in this area is a whole other school than pizza. Southern Italy's olive oil. North is butter. Yep. That's right, man. Yep. So, like, Wharton, I'm Italian. Dude, I'm an American, man. You put me in Italy, I'll be like, I can say I speak a little bit of Italian, but, like, by blood, dude, I'm like 90% Italian by blood. Like, yeah, like my dad's side of the family is from somewhere in Abruzzo. I forget where though. And my mother's side of the family is from Parma. So northern and central Italy, like we could trace the roots back to Italy, dude. We've done it. Dinner's drag strips and rockets. I mean, Sean, yeah, you could do that. Oh, Sean, that reminds me, dude. I had a viewer, and maybe he's around in the chat. He told me about a transmission that I really would be interested in for the Coronet. So apparently Chrysler, well, not apparently, they did. Chrysler made a transmission in the 90s that's called a 47RH. It's an entirely hydraulic transmission, but it's a 727 with overdrive, hydraulically controlled overdrive. I want it. I want it. Small block bell housing, 727 transmission with overdrive. I want it. I want it. I want it. Give it to me. Your last name is Johnson? Don't worry about that. Don't worry, dude. I have Argentine origins and I'm in your situation, but with South America. Oh, so you know how it is. Oh, man, I bet people give you crap left and right, dude. Nello, as a Ukrainian living in Italy, I have to admit the food here is much better. North and South. However, people are more reserved and less empathetic than Ukraine. Nello, Italians are complicated, dude. We're complicated. It's complicated, man. Yeah, I got to go find a 47RH now. Adapt the NAG 1 or ZF, more better. Yeah. Italians, yeah. No, that's a thing, dude. The food, though. Like in Italy, dude, if you go there, you gotta speak the language. If you don't speak the language, they're gonna be like, all right. And that's hard, you know. Italian's not too bad. When I was over there, I picked up a good deal of it pretty quick. I've forgotten it, but hey, whatever. All right, dudes. We're going to wind it down. You still thinking of doing culinary streams? I would like to. Yep. But anyway, I think we're onto something with this food and car stream combo. Yeah. Spend them doll hairs. I'm working on it, dude. I'm working on it. Anyway, guys, we're gonna pack it in. Wharton, thank you so much. It was great talking to you. I gave you a follow. Guys, I would do that too. Wharton plays KSP. Plays KSP in Minecraft. Can't lose. Can't lose. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Just dropped in. Check a DM I sent you on a Coronet. Huh? Where, Gil? What avenue did you send me a direct message? Yeah, it's a good time, man. It's fun. Arrivederci, Twitch Whisper. The last message I got from you, Gil, was on August 18th, dude. Take it easy. I know it's a rough day, but we got you. Yeah. No, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'll be fine. Way better day than yesterday. Yep. Setup seems good. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to keep going with our Kerbal build, that small sat launcher, and launch pad and everything. And then we got Flame Trench, and then we got racing tomorrow. Buonanotte. Sì, buonanotte. All right. Oh, somebody gifted a sub to Nello. There you go. Right on. All right, Gil, shoot me a message on Discord, okay? I didn't get it, the Twitch whisper for some reason. But anyway, I'll talk to you guys. Thank you very much. If you have a question about the Coronet, Gil, yeah, just shoot me a message on Discord if you can do that. All right, cool. I'll see you there. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you later. Or if you're in Italy, good morning. Good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching.